from the Democratic Party, and then we have Sadat Muchiri, who is the Forum for Democratic Change Party, and Ismail Musitwa from the People's Progressive Party. Now we also have the independents, and among these is Hanifa Karadi, Muhammad Mutazindwa, and then we have Muhammad Luswata Luemba, and Moses Nsereko, and also Henry Stanley Maitum. So those are the members that we are looking at that are trying to get into Parliament to represent Kawempe North constituency. Now, on this panel today, I have Robert Chirabo Nyonyezono and Julie F. Nantaba Moses C. Good morning, Robert.
Well, good morning to you, and of course to the people of Kawempe, a lovely morning to you. I know there's so much excitement because since the demise of Mohammed Segirinya, who was the Member of Parliament, who was from the National Unity Platform, passing on, that is on the 9th of January, of course tension has been high in Kawempe, as they were always talking about who is coming on board to replace Segirinya Mohammed in Parliament, because this is a by-election. It is important for us to note that it's not the normal election that we have. This is when we've lost a Member of Parliament, so it is a by-election, and of course the excitement has been there, and many people are ready and waiting to see who eventually will take the day. Now, very interesting when it comes to Kawempe, we have 199,064 registered voters. So these are the people that are eligible to participate in this election. Remember, if you're not a registered voter, all you can do and all you have done has been following various candidates, making the noise, but where it matters, you've not been voting. That's why most of the times people have said, but are they registered voters? Because you're the people now that we are covering today. You, the registered voter, the 199,064 registered voters, of which 52% of these are females. Now again, the ladies here matter so much. 52% of these are females, and also to note, we are looking at about 95 polling stations that are going to be where the voting is going to be taking place today, and the voting begins at 7 a.m. according to our electoral laws and closes at 4 p.m. So you must ensure that between 7 a.m. this morning up to 4 p.m. you've cast your vote. The law is very clear. If 4 p.m. finds you on the queue or in the queue, the electoral officer will stand behind the last person on the line. The last person. And once that last person casts his vote, voting is closed. But to avoid missing out, please go as early as possible and cast your vote, because the Electoral Commission told us that by 3 a.m. they were already at their warehouse in Banda, packing material so that it goes to the various polling stations, and the people of Kawempe come out and elect who is going to take them, who is going to represent them for the remaining 8 months in Parliament.
Oh, interesting. And the battle lines have already been drawn, though political analysts assert that the main battle is between NRM's Farid Nambi and the NUP's Nalukola. So where is the winner? Who is the winner? The people of Kawempe North decide today. Good morning, Julie.
Good morning, Olive. Good morning, Robert. Good morning to you who's watching UBC TV. Thank you for sticking by UBC TV as we choose to inspire you, especially today on the 13th day of March as Kawempe North by-elections take place. Now, Robert has expressed the fact that voters turning up or not, given the percentages, 52% of women are expected to vote, standing out there. But also there is a conversation on ground in regards to whether it was really necessary in the first place to hold this election, given the time period left to the year 2026, where we shall be holding general elections and we shall be having a new parliament, a new cabinet altogether. Was it necessary? Did we consider taxpayers' money? But at the end of the day, it's also a litmus test to what 2026 might look like. But also this election period has been marred by reports of security excesses like JAT, and we've seen many members of parliament condemn JAT for how they have treated citizens of Uganda, for how they have treated reporters, journalists altogether, and there is a lot of conversation going on in regards to JAT. And speaking of which, Nalukola has sued government over torture by JAT, and here he contends that amidst the confusion he was accompanied by the new Secretary General David Louis Rubongoya, and together they were approached by EC officers at Kawempe to obtain fresh nomination forms, and through that, it's how JAT ended up hurting him. And yeah, as we speak right now, while he's looking forward to cast his vote, he's also suing government over JAT's torture.
Well, basically, from what we are seeing, it is that there is a lot that is left to be desired when it comes to how security agencies have handled this entire situation. But at the same time, one begs for the question, isn't it their role to ensure that there is law and order even when we have an election? Are we saying they should, fold their arms and just watch, or they should come into focus when there is need?
Well, I like the way you phrased that. Security organs are supposed, and to be more specific when it comes to internal security, that is a mandate of police, to maintain law and order. But they also have another very important function, that is to detect and prevent crime. Now, many of the times you look at maintaining law and order, but also they have to detect. That's why you've had things of like preventive arrest. That is why they will tell you today, due to security purposes, you may not be in a certain place, because we assume your being there could either cause insecurity or could land you in problems, or you're likely to commit a crime. Therefore, we shall prevent you happening. But also you must remember that always when elections are coming up, the Electoral Commission, also by elections, meets the various stakeholders in this election, and they draft guidelines to be followed. But of course, we've seen some excesses that we can't deny, because these have been condemned by the Inspector General of Police when he was appearing before Parliament, the committee yesterday. He did condemn these acts and said, I think was responding to one of the members of Parliament who doubted if he's going to take action, and he said, I want to remind you, I'm the IGP. We've also seen the Minister of State for Internal Affairs yesterday also, that is I think the day after yesterday, the previous day, General David Muhoozi also come up and say the same. We've had a number of stakeholders condemn this, but of course there are investigations ongoing, and you can only be sure after that. But law and order is something that must be maintained in any political situation in our country. But also, one thing that comes to my mind, we are talking about people of Kawempe going to the polls today to decide who is going to be their member of parliament. But one would wonder, what are the roles of the member of parliament? Because what are these people voting for? That is one thing that has been coming to the back of my mind. If you look at the entire campaign trail, have we seen issues, I don't know, colleagues, have we seen issues being addressed, or has it been something of about popularity and entertainment? Have we seen members of parliament, I mean the candidates vying for this seat, have they really addressed issues of people when they are campaigning? Have we seen them talk about what they are going to do? Do people know the person they are going to elect, what their function is? Because this is where most of the times we find a challenge. We go to the polls, people elect a member of parliament, expecting totally something different from what this member of parliament is supposed to do for them. Well, Kawempe is quite tricky, because the late Segirinya Muhammad, I must say, went out of his way. That's why you'll hear that a number of them were trying to say, I'll Segirinya Kawempe, I'll do this, because away from legislation, which is very important, looking at budget approvals, there is lobbying also, so that you bring something home to your constituency. But the biggest challenge here, we see that many people go to the polls and actually don't know that this person you are voting, this is what we should expect from this person. And do they have the ability to deliver, to perform their roles. I've seen a number of interesting candidates in the Kawempe by-election. Some are carrying boxes, some are doing this, others are promising this, but are we, as the people of Kawempe, sending that person who is going to perform the core values, the core responsibilities of a member of parliament?
Interesting questions there, Robert. Now, I would like to go to Julie. Julie, in your perspective, what is the role of a member of parliament? And when people are going to the ballot, like today, what exactly are they supposed to consider before they make the choice of who should represent them in parliament?
Oh, well, thank you, Ole, for that. Ideally, there are 4 major roles of a member of parliament, and this is according to the government of Uganda. A member of parliament is supposed to be a legislator. That means they're supposed to be in the role of legislation. MPs debate and pass laws through which the institutions of government endeavor to guide the country's development. But also MPs are there to represent their constituencies. That means whatever issue is in their constituencies is brought to the attention of the ministers so that it's discussed and services are delivered. And budget approval is one of the other functions of an MP. MPs, while in parliament, are supposed to deal with budget approvals, analyze, pass the national budget for every financial year and approve on those, but also oversight. MPs are there to look at how are funds used. Are they being misused? They're supposed to probe into these issues, different issues affecting the country. And that's why we have different committees within parliament that actually are overseeing the different issues tabled on the floor of parliament, but also affecting the country at large. Now, if you look at those 4 major roles, then you come back to the constituencies, you wonder if members or citizens of the constituencies actually know that these members of parliament are supposed to have these 4 major roles for them. Most of them look at members of parliament as burial attendants. Many of them look at them as points of help. I don't have school fees. I have to go to my member of parliament's home to ask for school fees. Many of them look at them for financial benefit. It's what some people, actually in courts, it's what on ground is called like okujo nyama. Many of them look at them for personal individual benefit as opposed to objective benefits that not only build individuals but build the nation at large in service delivery. So you wonder if as Ugandans we are well informed on what our MPs are supposed to do, or we're also just about the popularity, who's famous, who's not, who has the money, who does not, who can attend my burial, who can I associate with for privilege.
Okay, well, and basically today it's getting hot. I'm not even trying to put a pun here. The pun is actually intended. It's getting hot in Kawempe. Now we'll be looking at the timelines for the voting. Robert here did mention that at a certain point the voting will be closing, but what time does the voting start and what time will it end? He will remind us on that, and also we will get to know where different contestants are voting from, and of course according to the Electoral Commission, what is supposed to be done? Are they supposed to do last-minute campaigns or they're not supposed to? All of those questions will be answered, so stick with us because today we are looking at the Kawempe North by-election that is taking place today, and any time from now the voting will be starting. But first, let's have a look at some of the top stories, and what I see here is that Uganda Allied Health Examinations Board has released the 2024 final semester examination results at their headquarters on Chisosonkole Road in Chambogo. Now, according to the Executive Secretary of Uganda Allied Health Examinations Board, Joseph Agondua, a total of 27,719 candidates registered for the 2024 November-December exams. However, the final semester candidates were 6,742, where 15 continuing candidates did not turn up for the examinations. Out of the 6,742 candidates assessed, 4,074 were males, while 2,668 were females. Now moving on, Parliament on Kawempe North by-election. As Kawempe North residents vote this Thursday, opposition members of Parliament have raised alarm over the heavy presence of security forces, including the Joint Anti-Terrorism Task Force, JAT, UPDF and Special Forces Command, SFC. Members of Parliament fear that the visible security presence and torture of citizens may intimidate voters, deterring them from participating in the election. Also still on the Kawempe North by-election, State Minister for Information and National Guidance, Godfrey Kabyanga, and Balambaru Gahara, the Minister for Youth Affairs, have cautioned Kawempe North residents against engaging in violent activities during today's elections. The ministers assured that security forces are prepared to prevent any election-related violence. The ministers spoke at a meeting with youth from various parts of Kawempe North, encouraging them to participate in the elections and maintain peace. Now, Robert, here, let's first of all, there is an elephant in the room here, and it is the presence of heavy security, including JAT, an outfit of the UPDF that is supposed to only bother itself with issues to do with terrorism. And also we have the UPDF and then Special Forces Command. So when it comes to the concern by the opposition members of Parliament that this is aimed at intimidating the voters, what do you think?
Well, first, this is not the first time that the people of Kawempe are going to be voting. Neither the Ugandans are going to be voting. If you followed closely for the last decade, what has dominated our voting has been heavy deployment. So that I would say, and for the people of Kampala, to be very honest, maybe if this was a by-election in a rural area, one would say deployment could be something to scare away or intimidate voters. But for an area like Kawempe North, this is something that has always been part of our voting over the past maybe a decade now. So I highly doubt this is the only problem now could be if these unleash torture on people. But rather, if people are going to leave their homes, walk to the polling stations, cast their vote, and the deployment is there, only to watch out in case there is any criminality or any offense committed. At the polling station, yes, the Electoral Commission is very clear. At the polling station, only police constables or what would call polling constables are the people that are allowed at the polling station. And usually these are not armed. All they have maybe are batons to guide people around. But away from the polling station, that is where then we have the deployments taking place.
Okay, now Michael Jordan Lukomwa is in Makere, and he will be informing us on what the situation on ground is like. Good morning, Jordan.
Yes, good morning, Agnes. How is everything? We are here at Makere University coming to you live. And today, Kawempe North goes to the polls to fill the vacant post of their Member of Parliament after losing the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya that died in January. So they have to fill that vacancy, and the process began with nominations and all the other activities. Today is D-Day for the polls, and we are at Makere University where the Electoral Commission has pitched camp with their study center where the whole process will be concluded. We want to talk to the Kampala returning officer, who is the main organizer. There are so many people that are handling, but they are all under him. He is the one that will give us a picture of how the state of affairs by now and how the day is expected to go by. His name is Mr. Makbai Henry. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Live on UBC TV, give us a picture of how the day has begun and how far in as far as the process is concerned.
Good morning, viewers of UBC. Good morning, viewers of UBC TV.
Yes.
We have come to the D-Day when the polls are to start for the fulfilling of the vacancy of Member of Parliament for Kawempe Division North constituency, and the councillor, directly elected councillor, directly elected councillor for Kazo Angola A. We started parking the vehicles that were to dispatch the materials at 3 a.m. this morning, and we flagged them off from our warehouse at exactly 5 a.m. The purpose was to beat the jam that builds up normally, so that by 7 a.m., which is just a few minutes past, so we start opening the polling stations, opening the polls. So that's what prevailing so far, and so far all the teams have reached their destinations, and they are trying to set up.
How many polling stations do we have in Kawempe North?
We have 197 polling stations.
How many voters are there in Kawempe North?
We have 199,064 voters.
Then the parishes?
We have 9 parishes.
So have you availed all the necessary equipment in the required quantities and quality? Because many times people complain, we have received votes of different parishes in our parish, we don't have biometrics, the manpower is not enough. As the Electoral Commission, are you ready in terms of all that?
We are ready in terms of equipment and facilities that they are supposed to have. We've sent all the ballot papers, all the forms that are supposed to be filled. We've also sent, for the first time, we've sent 2 biometric verification kits at each polling station, where one is for use initially, and in the event that it fails, we have a contingency measure, immediate, not having to call a mobile team that may bring for them. So each polling station is equipped with 2 biometric voter verification kits.
In many cases, this is now administrative. Your staff have been caught on the wrong side of handling the election processes. Have you prepared them well enough to ensure that nothing goes wrong?
The staff have been trained by our seasoned returning officers, and in addition, we have given them a support team whom we refer to as sitting supervisors. For every 2 to 3 polling stations, we have another supervisor besides the parish supervisor that is meant to handle that entire parish. So that's the kind of level of preparedness meant to ensure that everything that's going on at a polling station goes on smoothly without any interference.
What determined the choice of Makerere University as to mount your tally center here?
What determined the choice of Makerere University is that initially we did our nominations at our office in Kawempe, but the entry to that office is quite narrow given the kind of traffic flow that we would have today. But you know, the law requires that we tally our results in an electoral district, and this is part of the electoral district. The other option would have even been the office of the returning officer in Ntinda. We would have even used the office of the Electoral Commission in the industrial area. But we thought that this was an accessible place that traffic would easily help us to manage in order to have a smooth flow of...
What would be your message to a Ugandan in Kawempe? Come a little closer. I
message,
want them to hear the Ugandan, the voter in Kawempe, and your people that are handling the whole process. Because there is a lot of tension. What would be your message in that kind of...
For the people that are handling the process, I urge them to handle the process professionally, as have been trained, as has been guided. And then for the voters in Kawempe, we've received assurance from the police that there will be at every polling station we will have a constable. Actually, our equipment, our ballot papers were escorted to polling stations by armed police to avoid any interception or interference along the road. And to the best of our knowledge, the equipment, the materials have reached safely. So at every polling station. So we are now waiting, because each of the polling stations, the polling process will start when 10 voters have turned up. The moment they are ascertained as voters in that polling station, because we issued voter locator slips, if they can produce them and they are certain, then the ballot box, the box that has the polling materials will then be opened. I urge all the people of Kawempe to come out in their big numbers to come and vote, because we have been given the assurances by police, which is the lead organization in these by-elections, in terms of security, that they have sufficiently deployed. They have police around the polling stations, and also they also have foot patrols to ensure that people are not disrupted when they are going to the polling stations.
Thank you so much, sir. We hope to talk to you later on in the day as the exercise goes on. His name is Mr. Makabai Henry. He is the returning officer, Kampala. We wanted also to talk to the regional returning officer, Mr. Tolbert Musinguzi. Please help us get him to give us a bigger picture, because there were incidents yesterday, and we would love to know how the Electoral Commission has organized to see that all that is ironed out as the voter in Kawempe goes to the polls to replace their MP that they lost in January. Kawempe North is part of Kawempe division, one of the 5 divisions that make the main biggest city of the country, Uganda, and that's the capital city, Kampala. It is just on, mainly, if you have taken Bombo Road, then you have seen Kawempe, but it's divided into 2. So some parts of Makerere and the other parts of Chanja towards Maganjo, that's where we have Kawempe North. So Tolbert Musinguzi is here. He is the regional returning officer. He will give us some answers to do with administrative issues. There were incidents of politicians being worried that there could be some malpractices that were held yesterday by some camps and things like that. As the Electoral Commission, how are you safeguarding the whole process not to have such dots or dents anywhere, so that by the end of the day we have results that do not have any question mark?
Thank you very much. One, we had the distribution. At first we had the packing of the ballot papers in the presence of the agents of candidates, all the political camps. We sealed. We have availed agents and the candidates a packing list showing all the serial numbers of the ballot papers and at what polling station they have gone to. We have also availed them seals, serial numbers of the seals that have been used to lock the black box. Today,
that is proof to be brought out in case of anything?
Yes. Wow. So that in case you are doubting anything, the first thing is to do is to find out whether the box is sealed. If the box is not sealed, then reach us out. Today morning, we have distributed polling materials to all the 197 polling stations. As we talk now, all polling stations in Kawempe have polling materials. So they have arrived, the ballot papers were sealed. So to Electoral Commission, we are already safe on ground. And we have security teams which are helping us to ensure that the exercise goes on well.
Okay. What would be your message to your staff especially?
No, my staff is one, to remain professional, as our code is, to remain transparent, and to follow the rules. To the voters, maintain peace, come vote. After voting, go home. Those who want to keep around, there is a distance we are supposed to keep. Be orderly when you're keeping that distance, and we shall have a peaceful exercise.
Thank you so much, Tolbert. I don't want to ask you too much, because we shall ask you too much by the end of the day. Thank you so much. Yes, his name is Tolbert Musinguzi. He is the regional returning officer, Kampala Metropolitan of the Electoral Commission. So those are the men that are directly handling the whole process. That is how we have begun, and we are now going deeper into Kawempe to get you different scenes as they will unfold as the day goes by. We thank you so much for watching. Keep it UBC TV. I hand it back to you, Chirabo and Agnes at Broadcast House.
Well, Jordan just christened me another name, Agnes, but you are watching Good Morning Uganda, and my name is Olive Monica Najuma. Now, Chirabo, we have gotten a picture of what's going on at Makerere University. Julie, you did hear Mr. Makbai Henry, the Kampala returning officer, giving us reasons as to why they decided to make Makerere University the central tallying center. And he did mention that it is one because they are trying to avoid the traffic that may be in Kawempe North today due to the voting. And indeed, I can ascertain for sure that the vehicles transporting the voting material were set off at 5. Why? Because on my way here, I actually found a huge line of cars lined up going in that direction. And of course, they were marked. That's how I know. So at least one thing is for sure. He was telling the truth on that. Does that make you feel comfortable, Julie, that voting material is already where it's supposed to be and we are just waiting for the opportune time?
It definitely does. It definitely does. And that also allows us to take the word and take Mr. Makbai and Tolbert by their word. But you've painted a picture of what the environment looked like as you made your way to work. And you remind me of yesterday as I headed home in the night. Kampala was empty. The streets were empty for peak hours. You expect to have quite some jam. And the person I was with, I remember mentioned that, people are scared. They've decided to lock themselves in their houses as early as possible due to the upcoming election that is today on the 13th day of March 2025. But the two gentlemen there expressed the security that is given and that we are supposed to be rest assured of, right from the fact that police constables are escorting the material, have escorted the material right from where it was picked from to the polling centers, and have asked voters to make sure that the ballot boxes are sealed. Make sure that you look at it and you see that for yourself that it's sealed and it's open with you as a witness, lest anyone else says that somebody cast votes earlier on. And it reminds me of a story that ran yesterday of Honorable Joel Senyonyi and David Louis Lubongoya, who received intel that there was a house where NRM people were already probably casting votes or something, and the footage there showed the both of them getting into the gates of the premises. But what worried me, I don't know if it's allowed given the position of Honorable Joel Senyonyi as the leader of the LOP, but also the spokesperson for NUP, having got to that station without any security around him. I'm not so sure what you think about it. Was it safe? Was it right? Is it in his position, the two positions he carries as the LOP but also as the NUP spokesperson? Was it dangerous? Was it risky?
Well,
to go unaccompanied with
yes,
security.
to go unaccompanied with security.
I think Joel Senyonyi assumed.
Robert, just a moment. Jethro is joining us from Kawempe Mbogo. He's right on site. Good morning, Jethro.
Well, good morning, Olive. Thank you so much, those who are watching UBC TV program JMU at this moment. As I speak now, I'm coming to you live from Mbogo Stadium. For those who have been following our proceedings, I should tell you this is where the President of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, did his last rally or campaigning for the NRM candidate, that is Farida Nambi. But on ground right now, I should tell you that the materials have already been dispatched. But of course, the information that I've been receiving coming in from the Commissioner of the Electoral Commission in charge of this area told us the materials came at around 5, but right now the polling agents are taking their positions to see how best they can start off with the polling exercise. However, we have some residents around who are on standby, of course, ready to kick off with the exercise. I should tell you that also, according to information that we have a heavy deployment around, of course, ranging from the Uganda People's People's Defense Forces and also the police and also other sister agencies, all to ensure that this exercise really goes on smoothly. I've also made an observation after seeing some observers around, which means that this polling station, people are seriously observing and ensuring they want to see how best things can really work out in this particular place. Now, where we are standing also, this is where we do expect the NRM candidate Farida Nambi and also other voters who will be casting their votes from within this very place. But of course, we are told that Farida Nambi, the NRM candidate, is expected to come in at about 9 a.m. Now, as my camera person can show you, he's really showing you the environment, how the situation is at the moment. But we are going to be standing by here all time to ensure that we keep you up to speed on how things are really transpiring in this particular place. But of course, people also have to realize that in Kawempe North, we have about 197 polling stations, as well as 199,087 voters who are expected to be casting their votes from within this very particular place. But also we have 9 parishes. So we are going to make sure we rotate around to see who best we can talk to, but I do expect to talk to the Commissioner of Electoral Commission from this very particular place, but that will be at a later stage. But looking at the situation, around, I should tell you that everything is calm, the situation is calm, but also coming in from the traffic as we were heading to this place, it looked to be a somber mood. People are really running their businesses as usual. It doesn't really seem to look to be a very busy day, but of course later we expect more voters to come in at a later time. But also at a later stage we shall also be talking to the RCC of this division to understand how prepared they are and what exactly have they done to ensure that everything is put in place at this particular point. For those who are watching UBC TV and maybe our sister stations, that is Star TV, we want to assure our viewers that they should be on standby to wait for information as it will be coming in. So at exactly 8, we expect the voters to start to cast their votes, and we shall be telling you, of course, what will be transpiring from this place. But of course, not forgetting that the National Tally Center that has been designated strictly for this particular exercise, is Makerere University. So after the end of the day, we shall be moving to Makerere to understand how things are really happening. And I do understand that I do have my colleague at that side, Michael Jordan Lokoma, who will be also updating us on what is happening there. So now, at the moment, I do have the RCC of this division. We are going to be interviewing him to tell us how ready they are and what are some of the measures they have done to ensure that this exercise moves on smoothly today. You're most welcome.
To be clear, I'm not the RCC of Kawempe, but I'm the Assistant RDC Kasangat.
Assistant RDC.
However, we are mandated to supervise and oversee security, especially in such circumstances as this.
Well, today we expect voters and residents from within this area to come to cast their votes. How ready are we? What should Ugandans expect out of this exercise?
Ugandans, first of all, we should vote in peace. Then, secondly, we should make sure that everyone votes, because it is our right, it's every Ugandan's right to vote. So we call upon every Ugandan to come and vote, as long as you have the requirements, as long as you qualify to vote from this area.
There are allegations that some of the residents within, actually those who are working from within this area, they have fears that probably today would be a very, very bad day for them as far as deployment is concerned, and given the fact that there are incidents that have been happening from the past few days.
No, deployment is for everyone is good. Actually, where you see security, that means you are safe. So no worries. No need to panic, no need to worry about anything. Where you see security, that means you are safe and you are secure. So would like every person from Kawempe North, that one who is mandated, that one who has the right, that one who qualifies to come and vote in peace. So no worries about the security and the deployment.
Maybe my last question, probably, Honorable. After all this, what is next for Kawempe North? Because I do understand that people thought this would be a do or die, but the whole issue is all about having a member of parliament who will be representing the people of Kawempe North in parliament. But of course, all candidates are expecting to take this vote. We don't know whether it will be NRM or FDC or NUP or any other political party. I want to understand the your final statement about this voting exercise. At what time do we expect to conclude this and probably also have the final results?
The usual time of closure. Sadly, we've started voting late. Voting material came late, were brought here late, but still we expect voting to end normally at the usual time. However, everyone who will be found in the line, that means even after between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. Even after that, when you be found in the line, still will be able to vote. And another thing, we are taking this as a mock election. Why? The country knows that we are preparing for the 2026 general elections. So if we fail to vote peacefully, if we mismanage, if we fail to do our work as security or the electoral commission or the government, still we won't have a successful 2026 election. So we are taking this so seriously, and we don't want we don't want problems. So we will address all the challenges here, and we are taking this as a sample, not only as a mock election, but also as a sample, and we will address the challenges in the other election that is forthcoming.
All right, probably your last words that Ugandans have to take home as they expect, of course, to come here, and also those who are watching our proceedings live on UBC TV.
Ugandans, number one, we are safe as a country. We are secure, and would like to ensure that there is peace. Would like to ensure everyone that we are safe. So don't worry about anything. If you know that you're a member or you are part of the electorate of Kawempe South, Kawempe North, please come and vote. Don't worry about anything. The place is safe. Everywhere we have gone, every polling station, it's safe. Come and vote. Don't fear anyone, and don't be intimidated. Thank you.
All right, maybe the last one, your names, maybe to get your names clear, and of course the other.
Barnabas Igamatovu, I'm the Assistant RDC Kasangati.
All right, thank you so much, Assistant RDC Barnabas Iga Muhammad. He has been giving us an insight on what we expect today, of course, here at Mbogo Stadium, where we are camping to see how best the situation will be moving on. Of course, Olive, I'm coming back to you in the studios. That is, if unless you have any question, and maybe I will answer one or two. That is, if there is any.
Jethro, let's talk about the deployment around Kawempe Mbogo grounds. How is it looking like? How heavy? Because from what we've been seeing over the last couple of days, people some are afraid to come and cast their vote because of the deployment. So what does the situation look like?
Well, Olive, about the deployment, like I told you earlier, I've seen a few military officers who are patrolling around all the way from Kawempe, those who use this route going to maybe up to Gulu, because this is the route past Kawempe, Luwero. But I've seen military personnel, but also police. At the moment, the deployment is not really so heavy, but of course, in case any situation probably worsens, we do expect people who are on standby to come around to see how best they can safeguard this place. But like the Deputy RDC has stated, the place is so far peaceful, the place is calm, people are very calm. I think all they're waiting for is to see how best residents can start casting their votes from within this particular place. But the police is really on standby. People are moving around, they are patrolling the entire area, and they have already demarcated places on how residents are going to be moving from one point to another to cast their votes. But of course, not forgetting, we have about 9 candidates who are contesting for this place. But of course, at the end of the day, we shall have to get one winner out of all this. Olive?
Well, thank you so much, Jethro. We'll get back to you later, and you will tell us more, especially when the voting does start. Well, we've been speaking to Jethro Kasaiji, who was coming to us live from Kawempe Mbogo Stadium, where the NRM candidate will be casting her vote from. That is Farida Nambi. And also the others have allocated places where they will be casting their votes from. But so far, from what we've heard from the tallying center in Makerere University, the situation is okay. And of course, in Kawempe at the Mbogo grounds, the situation is still there is security, but Jethro did mention that security right now, the deployment doesn't look too big, but of course Ugandans that are going that side to cast their votes are assured that they will be protected. Robert, coming to you, why is it important for us to emphasize the need, our presence of security, especially in Kawempe?
Well, thank you so much. First, let's look at how the campaigns have gone. There have been quite a number of incidents that have not been very friendly. And of course, we know elections have a lot of complications. As in, some people are so zealous, overexcited. Some people may do the don'ts of that particular day. For example, officially, campaigns ended. Now, it is illegal for you to campaign. You know, it's all about voting. I want to remind people that the last day of these campaigns was the day that we saw the last campaigns, official campaigns of the candidates, 2 days back. Now, at a polling station, for example, you're supposed to come in party colors. You're not supposed to bribe anybody. Now, you're not supposed to intimidate somebody. You get it, Olive? I may know that for sure so-and-so is an UP supporter, because under multi-party dispensation, we don't hide our support. Though this is a secret ballot, but you may be knowing that so-and-so, the entire family, that entire household supports National Unity Platform or supports NRM. And someone may want to stop these people from going and cast their vote. So the deployment of police, the deployment of sister security agencies is to ensure that I can leave my home, I go, I cast my vote, I come back. That is primarily their responsibility. And also to respond to any uncertainties. I've ever seen an election where someone stole the box containing votes. Out of the blue, I don't know what, this person comes all the way, picks the box and takes off.
Wow, interesting.
I've ever seen where some youth were denying some people from accessing polling stations because they were saying, you're not in for our voter, so we are not going to allow you to go there. I've seen where one was locked in a house. So there are a lot of things that can happen here, even violence. So you need to have security on the ground. And I love the word that the Electoral Commission has used, the officials, the two officials, being professional. So the security must be professional. When they talk about come cast your vote, as long as that particular polling station, out of the 197 polling stations in Kawempe North, in the 9 parishes, as long as they have opened voting, because as long as 10 voters are there, and they have the voter slips, they are in the register of that particular polling station, because it's also important for you to know where you're voting from. Yes, you must know where is my polling station. So as long as the 10 are there and the voting has started, cast your vote, go away. If you're going to stay around, in a distance of 100 meters from the polling station is where you can wait from. But as you're doing that, you must be calm, and at no way should you be seen to be interfering with the voting process or interfering with those coming to cast their vote. However,
how about if I am convinced that something is going all right when it comes to my candidate? What do I do?
One, your candidate has an agent. Every candidate per polling station, you're supposed to have your polling agent, the person who is there to see are things moving on very well. The person who will sign on the declaration forms that yes, in this particular area or polling station, my candidate has got these votes, these are the votes, and then they pen their signature. So this is the person who is supposed, in case there is anything that goes wrong, the first person to notice. However, you can make an alarm to police. That's why you have a polling constable, and of course you shall have a police personnel outside this polling, the particular, because at the polling station, what you see there, it is only supposed to be a polling constable. Usually these are not armed, but away, that is where you can have this other security. Now, my concern always in this voting has been voter education. People are excited they're going to cast their vote. And sometimes because we've not done enough voter education, the Electoral Commission returning officer for Kampala said they have trained their people. They know what to do. But the voters, it hurts me to see that out of the 199,064 voters in Kawempe, if maybe 80% of this turnout, because you can never have 100% turnout. But at the end of the day, you have a quarter of the votes cast as invalid. Not spoiled, because there's a difference between a spoiled vote and invalid. Now, this means someone left home, stood in the queue to vote for their candidate X. But when they were given the voting slip, or call it the vote, they didn't know what to do. Someone told me, go tayagala go tiking anga agenda. You know? So he gets his pen, then says, I don't support candidate B. This is the person I must eliminate. Makes a long tick. That is an invalid, already spoiled. Someone makes a tick that goes, it touches 2 boxes. These voters, many of them do not have this information. And even our candidates, I was watching all of them. Much as many talked about we are going to extend services, others talked about we are going to fight this government, none of the candidates talked about how are you going to cast my vote. Yes, some talked about protecting the vote, but what are you protecting if most of the invalid votes turn out to be that maybe they were meant to be your votes? Because for the presiding officer, they will just look at the vote, then they lift. Atekano, the tick went across. It is in 2 boxes. That one is as good as useless. How about this one? Instead of ticking the box, inside the box, this one ticked outside the box. You know? And then you say, no. This intention, we cannot be very sure that this is what this person intended. So that one is equally lost. Usually I have people tick more than one candidate. You have one tick outside the box. You have another. Now when it comes to those that don't tick and they are using ink, that's also another drama. Someone places the thumb between 2 boxes. So the rate at which our people don't know what to do when they get to that area, some the excitement, others the fear. You've been on that. Remember, now we have also quite a number of new voters that will be people who have never voted before, or you will still find that some are excited and this is their first time. So that is where I'm also concerned when it comes to Kawempe and North by-election. How informed are voters on what they are going to do? But for security, yes, I'm happy. Our colleague told us that it is not that scary. It is that the security, so far that is there to perform its function. But also to you who is going to cast your vote. you have sufficient information? Do you know what the do's and don'ts of this election? You're not going to go with your yellow t-shirt. It's not going to be allowed. You're not going to go with your red t-shirt. It's not going to be allowed, because at this time, you must be as neutral as possible when accessing this polling station. And when I look at the feed on the screen, live from Mbogo, I think you can see how people are very organized. You see how they are dressed properly. And I hope all goes on as so far when I look at what is happening there.
Okay, well, interesting. Julie, I would like to hear your thoughts on the assertion that this is a battle between President Museveni and the head of the biggest opposition party currently, that is National Unity Platform Party. So political analysts are of the view that the battleground is between President Museveni's camp, which is NRM, and Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu's camp, which is National Unity Platform. Why is this important? And of course, on a large scale or in a bigger picture, what will this mean for either party in the 2026 elections?
Well, like we are all seeing ideally and clearly, it's the fact that the Kawempe by-election is a litmus test for what 2026 will look like, but also looking at how the campaigns of all the candidates have taken place, looking at the support from the NRM party chairman on the 11th of March when he was at Kawempe Mbogo campaigning for Hajat Farida, when we also saw Principal Robert Kyagulanyi also campaigning for Nalukola throughout this campaign and through a bit of the different chaos that took place. But also it's interesting that for some of the candidates, in fact, they did express it. If you follow a bit of the news on ground, some of the candidates expressed the fact that their party leaders really deserted them at the point they needed them the most. So you realize that some of the candidates are seemingly on their own, and other candidates are backed by their party leaders and endorsed by their party leaders, and you can see the energy on ground. I mean, we've watched stories of, for example, the candidate who is known musician as Khalifa Aganaga, but ideally as a member of parliament to be, is Sadat Muchibi. Sadat Muchibi, we've seen his campaign trails. He has played his music, performed his music, engaged the public, laid his manifesto, but we haven't seen a lot of backing from people from his party leaders, or people who are really active in the party. But while we look at Hajat Farida, we've seen many NRM officials on ground campaigning for Hajat Farida. Same applies to NUP's Nalukola. In fact, for NUP's Nalukola, we've seen many opposition players on ground campaigning for Nalukola, which ideally paints a picture that this battle is tightly between NRM and NUP, and then other parties follow. As for DP, I don't know, have you seen anything active on ground? I don't think I've seen anything
Democratic Party,
from Democratic Party.
They have a candidate.
They do have a candidate.
They do have a candidate. But
has he campaigned actively?
What we call campaigning actively also depends on resources, and also it is relative. One, we must understand that some of our political parties under multi-party dispensation have issues. For example, when you talk about FDC, now you have FDC, Najjana Nkumbi, and FDC Katonga, much as they will talk about PPF. And that is where you see that the FDC Katonga that came up with a commonly known as Aganaga, you will be shocked that the FDC Katonga supports Nalukola, and they rallied behind Nalukola, even on the campaign rally. So now that also speaks volumes. If the party is divided, now come to Democratic Party. As we speak today, Democratic Party also has its own challenges as a political party, right from the funding, right from you have a president who is also a minister, but also the divisions within the political party. So you may also find resources scarce, but having able to fund a candidate. Now, when we come to NRM, yes, there is a candidate who participated in the internal democracy of NRM, but also standing. One would say, we know Kaladi.
Kaladi, yeah.
Hajat Kaladi. She was in the NRM primaries with Nambi, and she later went. But you see, NRM, its structure, and the fact that it's the party in power, it has shock absorbers. Now, come to National Unity Platform. It has independence there. Though the Secretary General came out and said, for us, as long as you accept to be part of the internal democracy and you participate against the official candidate, you cease to be a party member. So we may not look at them as NUP because they have been now disowned by the National Unity Platform and they are seen as independents. But so, practically, one would say they have been along, they participated in the debates.
Allow me interject a little bit when you talk about NUP and those who have decided to be independent being deserted by the party. Let's look at the former...
Are they being deserted by the party, or the party is following its structure and
its
rules?
Structure, ideally.
I think the party is following the right thing to use is the party is following its structure, its rules, because if it says for us, we are very strict on this. You stand against a candidate of the party, yet you participated.
Then you're not part of the party.
Then you're not part of the party.
Jelly, please continue.
Yes, but I'm looking at Muhammad Luswa, formerly Alex Luswa, who was the former personal assistant of the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. We have seen Honorable Segirinya's mother stand behind him and vouch for him and endorse for him. Do you think her voice counts and it will have a level of influence when it comes to the voters in regards to endorsing Muhammad Luswa?
Now, usually sympathy vote plays out. We've seen a lot of politics, a lot of by-elections, where the daughter one time had a youngest member of parliament, the lady, the young girl who was at Mukono Christian University.
Yes.
She took over the father. We've seen the late Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Olanya, the son taking over. We've seen one time when Ken Luchamuzi failed to declare and he lost his parliamentary seat, the daughter, Nampija came in. The list is endless. When Nebanda died, the sister came in. So sympathy vote has power, but for Kawempe, it's going to play out differently. And I want to say in Kawempe, the sympathy vote factor is not going to work. Why? Now, the incidents that followed Segirinya's death and burial brought in an erosion of sympathy. Now, you have a widow who was once and showed interest to stand. One would say, yes, would go with the widow. The widow is close to NRM. You have Ruswa, who is seen as that side of the aide with the mother, but being rejected
by the party.
And remember, Segirinya was a staunch, one would say, NUP supporter.
Yes.
Now, sympathy praise when there is a clear sheet. You get it?
We have this one candidate.
That you have this one
and
candidate.
we are throwing our weight behind
this person. And we are throwing our weight behind this person. Now, where you have a widow and another widow, because about 3 widows in another camp, it's been so split. It's been so split.
And we've seen their children.
So the sympathy vote has been
in this
distributed.
Election, the sympathy vote has been distributed and has caused confusion for Kawempe. Because now, are you going to say, right as of now, that someone is going to vote for someone because of the mother? That is not there. Are you going to say because of the widow, where one is this side, one widow is this side, the other two are the other side?
One child was with Betty Numbers, and now Betty Numbers claims the child was taken away from her to be.
So the sympathy element in this may not thrive so much.
Jelly, speaking about the sympathy vote and how we see that this time round, like Robert rightly put it, it has been distributed. It's not in one camp, so it's very hard for the voters to say, let us all throw our weight behind one candidate because this person was maybe related or close to the former or late candidate. Don't you think or do you think that Uganda's politics should actually start moving in this direction, where voters throw their weight behind a candidate they think is viable, rather than because they were related to someone that used to fill the space?
In fact, if in my opinion, I think it's a blessing in disguise that that the sympathy vote is right now spread thin and it's split, because at least it will force voters and the voter energy to stand behind someone who is viable, as opposed to the sympathetic card of someone who will be in parliament and won't necessarily lobby for your constituency, not necessarily present the views of your constituency to a minister, and not necessarily supervise or oversee government's works in service delivery. So I think for me...
Are you saying that sometimes the sympathy vote has gone to people that are incompetent?
Yes, it has high chances of delivering into parliament people who are quite incompetent. And when it comes to parliament, it's not about feelings, it's not about being subjective, it's about the objective goal, which is to serve the nation of Uganda.
Maybe also there's something that I'm seeing many people trying to portray, that yes, Kawempe is going to define what 2026 is going to be. I would only say that the by-election in Kawempe may be for security purposes. May create a picture. But you see, Kawempe is just a constituency.
No ordinary constituency.
Let me tell you, it's a constituency because when you look at the Uganda electoral system, it's divided in terms of regions. That determines so much. It's divided. And also, when you look at the various factors that play, sometimes the dynamics are not similar and keep changing. How many constituencies do we have in the entire Uganda? And what factors play per constituency? For example, Kawempe, to call a spade, it has its unique factors that play. That is why you saw one of the people participating in this election, when he foresaw that one time he wants to be, had to change to Islam. So these are the uniqueness that you can't generalize. In a Kawempe, that's where you hear the Mbogo family. It is entirely, predominantly. That is one of the major factors. Two, the factors in this election are associating you with the residents of Kawempe. That is why you see that many of the people who are campaigning have been looking for that sad story. To show suffering, to show that I have gone through the lives that the people. When I was listening to Naruko, I have to go back and dig. I dropped out of school at a certain time. I had to fetch water. Every candidate, you must show that actually this constituency predominantly.
Why is it
the
important,
urban poor?
Robert, yes, thank you so much for using the word urban poor. Why is it important for candidates to show that they have gone into the trenches, that they have had a moment of suffering, of being in the grass? You get what I'm saying? Or like, for instance, because this, for some, they're trying to portray a grass to grace kind of story. Why is it important? Tell us about the voters of Kawempe. What is their livelihood? What is their normal life like? So that we can resonate and understand why the candidates are trying to find that sad story, so that the electorate can actually choose them.
Well, thank you so much for that. Just like I said, that for every constituency, or every election, there are those unique factors. Now, Kawempe North is home to majority of the urban poor. Kawempe North is home to a number of city dwellers that dwell in slums. Kawempe is a home to most of city dwellers that when it rains, the beds turn into something else. You either move away. I remember that Let's say Girinya one time made a joke and he said, for us in Kawempe, on your saucepans you have to write your phone number. On your Benson you write your phone number. So that if these, he mentioned a number of, he had a lot of humor. He mentioned a number of utensils. So that when the water takes this, a person who comes across it just looks at the phone number and calls you and tells you, Robert, I've come across your Benson, I've come across
Are
your
you safe?
saucepan, you know. Can you come and collect it?
Oh.
Yeah, because the water will have taken it.
Okay.
So, Kawempe is a home to what we call ghetto youth. Many of the unprivileged youth in this country originate from Kawempe, the ghettos. Actually, one will tell you, one will tell you, let me you translate. You know, these days we call them gangs, but what's that gari?
If you're looking for a gang that will
With
make
those,
a difference.
yeah, that are really, because they have grown up on drugs, they have not gone to school.
And by difference, we mean a negative difference.
A negative
we
difference.
don't mean anything
Yes.
positive.
So these are the people that today are going to cast their vote.
Okay.
Now, if you come in and they don't see how you understand what they are going through, for about 25 years, these people's problems have hardly been solved. So you're coming to people. That is why the late Segrinya Muhammad, we cannot move away from talking about him, unfortunately.
He's the reason we are here.
Despite being a legislator, he had to build a hospital, to construct something for health as a member of parliament. If you look at his approaches, because it is a very unique constituency. It is a constituency of people, many who've lost hope and reason. So you're coming into, so if you come in these suits, if you come telling them how you're going to be a good legislator,
They can't relate.
they can't relate. If you come telling them what a member of parliament does, budget allocation.
What do you mean?
I slept without, you know. I don't know if tomorrow I won't be moving and I'm taken to Ruzira. I don't know. So so you must associate with them. They must see that you a bed bug at certain point, you know, the pain of a bed bug somewhere, because this is what dominates a number of them. So if you don't associate with them, they will have that feeling that you don't know what their lives, what they go through in life. So therefore, if you don't understand what we go through, then how will you be able to speak for us?
Well, you are watching Good Morning Uganda. Today, Kawempe North Division decides on the next Member of Parliament. You might be wondering, why do we have an election, a by-election, yet next year is the election year for Uganda for both Members of Parliament and the presidency? Well, according to the Constitution, when a Member of Parliament passes, there should be a by-election organized in 60 days. Hence why we are here. Kawempe North, the seat became vacant after the Member of Parliament at the time lost his life to his illness, and that was Muhammad Segirinya, who died on 9th January 2025. And because of that, in the next 60 days, we were supposed to arrange and organize an election, which is taking place today. Now, 10 people are vying for the seat. Among these is Elias Luyimbazi Nalukola from the National Unity Platform Party, and then Farida Nambi from the National Resistance Movement Party, Henry Kasacha, who is who is representing Democratic Party, and then Sadat Muchibi, aka Aganaga, is representing Forum for Democratic Change, and then Ismail Musitwa is representing People's Progressive Party. Now we have a number of independents as well, and among these is Hanifa Karadi and Muhammad Mutazindwa and Muhammad Luswata Luwemba. Now Luswata Luwemba was a long-time aide of the late Muhammad Segirinya. Then we also have Moses Nsereko, who is formerly of the National Unity Platform Party, and Henry Stanley Maitum, who is a son to the former president of Uganda, Apollo Milton Obote. The 10 are vying to become the next member of parliament for Kawempe North. Now, Robert, I would like to take you and Julie, I would like to take both of you back to the 2021 elections. I'm taking you back because today when the results come out, when the voting ends and later on we get to know the results, I'm curious to know by what margin the winner would be. Because in 2021, when Muhammad Segirinya took the seat, he won 41,197 votes. And then the second runner-up, Serada Sulaiman Chidandala, had 7,512 votes. And then the third, Chidandala was the first runner-up. Then the second runner-up, who was at the time the member of parliament for the constituency, Latif Sebagala, had 6,946 votes. So you can see that the people of Kawempe North really threw their weight behind Muhammad Segirinya. There was no question that he was the winner. But today, being a no ordinary election, or one wonders by what margin, because battlegrounds have been drawn, and we can ascertain that for the most part, it is between Farida Nambi and Elias Nalukola. So when we look at that, I'm curious to know if NRM wins, by what margin? If NUP wins, by what margin? But also, elections can be funny. We could find someone else being the first or the second runner-up, or someone we never expected. Let's play devil's advocate here, Robert. And Julie, let me start with you, Julie. If we were to bet right now, who is taking your money?
Am I supposed to fall into your trap?
No, you. From what you're observing, from what the situation looks like.
You can go by history.
By history.
Yes. With Chidandala and Latif, because those are the outs. Now you can benchmark on history, maybe to say why then Segirinya had that huge margin.
Well,
and we can excuse for today.
If I look at history, obviously, for me, at that time it was 3 candidates that were up against each other neck to neck. But this time around, I can only see 2 candidates who are neck to neck, and that is Hajat Farid and Nambi of NRM, as well as Nalukola of NUP. And reason, you did paint a picture of the demography of what Kawempe North looks like. And if you look at these 2 candidates, who are, by the way, both powerful, Hajat Farid and Nambi, I should say, maybe stands for the elite, Muslims, elites. She stands for a particular caliber. Well, Nalukola stands for
Julie, I will interject for a bit. Jethro is joining us from Kawempe Mbogo, and he's right on standby with the Minister for Youth, State Minister for Youth Affairs, Baram Barugahara. Jethro, tell us what's going on over there. Would like to hear from the Minister.
Well, thank you so much, Oliver, and for those of you who are watching UBC TV live right now. We are coming to you live from Mbogo Stadium. Like I told you earlier, for those who have been watching this proceeding, where we expect the NRM candidate Farida Nambi will be voting from this place. And of course, we do expect her to arrive at about 9 a.m. As I can tell you for now, residents are within, but of course the voting exercise hasn't yet been kicked off, but we are also yet to understand why there are some delays, of course, from the right officials. But with me, I do have the Honorable Minister for the Youth, Dr. Balam Barugahare, and he will be talking to us, giving us an insight and an overview on what he has got on ground and what needs to be done as for now to ensure that voters start and kick off with exercise. Doctor, you're most welcome. You're live on UBC.
I'm glad to be on UBC this morning. Good morning, viewers. As you're aware, today is a voting day in Kawempe as we aim at winning the seat for NRM. We came in early enough. By 5, we are all here, some of us, checking at polling stations after receiving information that National Unity Platform had printed 50,000 fake ballot papers on Nasa Road. So I'm putting alert to all our agents on all the polling stations to ensure nobody comes to the polling station with extra ballots to avoid ballot stuffing. But NOP is interested in stealing the election at any cost. But we are also awake and we have opened our eyes. Personally, and Honorable Kabyanga, Honorable Baryomunsi, Honorable Bahati, Right Honorable Nabanja, in our command center, we are not going to leave any, we shall not take any matter for granted. We are going to be strict. Honorable Huda, Honorable Mugara, Honorable Mugasa, and over so many of our friendly force, we shall not leave any stone, we shall not leave any mistake, any gap for National Unity Platform to implement their plan. By their plan, they printed close to 50,000 fake ballot papers, and the printer owner has been arrested, aiding police on the detail of that. So we are quite strict on that. I want to thank the voters of Kawempe, Mbogo, Kawempe, the voters of Rule Zone, the voters of Bishop Zone, the voters of Mperere, Chikaya, and all these parishes that make up Kawempe and the Kawempe one for turning up. You see, people are enthusiastic, people want to cast their vote, people want to have a change in Kawempe, a change that they may believe in. So there are quite a few delays, but it's understandable. Electoral Commission is doing all it can to ensure all polling stations can start voting, just maybe a delay of 1 hour. But a few polling stations are voting, like the other polling station, and then this other one, this one is held up due to a few technicalities. But all in all, we are aiming at winning this election. And our projection as NRM, we have done door-to-door since the other week. We have been door-to-door in the region. And our chairman, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the president, was here the other day. The stadium was filled to capacity. We are aiming at 58%. But in some parishes like Kawempe and Waise and Chikaya and Chebando, we are aiming at 78% in a given parish. But on average, in the whole constituency, we are aiming at 58%. At worst, performance should be 53, 54% for any NRM candidate. Our opponents are disorganized. The only option they have is to steal, and of which we have landed onto their trick, and we shall safeguard the vote.
Doctor, have you heard of the allegations that also the opposition members are also talking about that there is a possibility that also the NRM candidates have also brought about some pre-ticked ballots? I don't know how true that is.
That is why we have polling agents at every polling station. If you claim they are pre-ticked ballots, they are opening boxes, they are opening the empty boxes, all boxes are being opened. So let us confirm by counting the books delivered. At the end of the day, we shall count the books remaining, and then we ensure whoever is coming, no one comes with extra jacket. Like my jacket is plain, it has no pocket on it. It has totally nothing on it. My pockets are empty. I only have my phone and 2,000 shillings for Commando for the day. That is all I have. I don't need to have money. I have my 3,000, 1,000 for tea, and the 2,000 for Commando. That is all I need. I don't need to have money. All we did our part 2 days ago, before when the president came. The president concluded the campaign. But we did our part, and we are going to win. We don't need to steal. Those ones who are intending to steal are the ones printing ballots at Nasa Road and Nkrumah Road, of which we have now evidence. So investigations are ongoing.
Doctor, as the Minister for the Youth, have you done enough mobilization? Of course, I'm not talking NRM alone, but all the entire youth to come and yes, practice this exercise.
I told the youth from the other day that they should exercise their constitutional right of a right to vote. And we have encouraged them to come and vote, number one. Number two, I'm encouraging the youth, when you cast your vote, there's no reason why you should remain in the sunshine. Go back home and work. Come back at 6 or 5 when they are counting your ballot. After counting your ballot, you wait for Electoral Commission to announce the winner. One polling station cannot win. For instance, at Mbogo here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Close to 5, 6 polling stations in this one area. But again, in total, we have 177 polling stations throughout Kawempe North. So you cannot come to Mboga and say we have won and you start celebration. We should avoid celebration, and also young people avoid joining groups for violence. You can only join groups for peace, and we are not encouraging you to do it. For if the winner will organize his after party. Now for us, NRM, we're intending to have our after party on Saturday at this same ground at Mbogo. In case we win, we shall have a party here on Saturday, and of which I know we are going to win.
Honorable Minister, before I let you go, let's talk about security. We have Ugandans who are scared of coming to vote because of the heavy deployment within the place.
As you can see, have you seen any soldier here? All this is Uganda police. Uganda police. There's even the person I have as a special force. I told them I don't need to be with you. Remain at home. I've moved alone on a border. I don't need security. That's why you don't see any security besides me. Why would I come to a hostile ground if I knew it was hostile? After seeing what happened the other day, I believe Kawempe is now NRM ground. That is why I can freely move, I can freely talk, I can freely do whatever I'm doing without a bodyguard. And I'm encouraging all my colleagues, wherever you are, colleagues, ministers, you don't need to move with bodyguards. What we are doing is right. What we are doing is transparent. People are voting in a transparent manner. Why should I come with a tinted car? Why should I come with the extra security? I don't need it. The people will protect us. Let people exercise their right. Let the people win. For me, as a member of NRM, as a member of PLU, Patriotic League of Uganda, I'm encouraging young people, desist from acts of hooliganism, desist from violence, focus on your right to vote, and then speak to your neighbor. If he doesn't have transport, offer them transport. Give them a border lift to the polling station. Let the people of Kawempe decide for their leader. And the right leader will be declared by 7 or 8 or 9, depending on the electoral commission. But what I know, NRM will win. Our candidate, Farida Nambi, will win. I don't mind other candidates.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. You've heard it from him. He's a true cadre of the NRM. He has told you what he thinks, what will be coming out of course, this polling station, and also from Kawempe North. Olive, I'm coming back to you in the studios, but of course we are still monitoring the situation to see how the exercise is going to be moving until the end of today. Back to you, Olive, in the studios.
Well, we have been hearing from Jethro, who is at Kawempe Mbogo grounds. Now, according to the Minister of the State Minister for Youth Affairs, Baramba Rugahara, they arrested someone that has been printing on behalf of the National Unity Platform Party fake ballot papers. And according to the minister, these were around the number of 80,000 fake ballot papers. Now, someone may be saying the timing is rather convenient because just yesterday we saw footage that went viral, and the representatives of the National Unity Platform Party, including the leader of opposition in Parliament, Joel Senyonyi, did go to a certain residence and claimed that ballot papers were being ticked and stuffed in this homestead. And now the minister says that NUP was also printing fake ballot papers. Who is telling the truth? Who is actually lying? Or who is printing fake ballot papers? Who is stuffing ballot papers? Many questions, very few answers. We will be talking more on that, but for now, let's take you to Chambogo at the Electoral Commission warehouse, where election voting materials were dispatched at 3 a.m. this morning. And Philip will be joining us from Chambogo at the Electoral Commission warehouse.
3 a.m. now in the morning, and we are coming to you live from Banda, where the stores for Electoral Mission is, and this is where the voting materials are being stored. And right now they are just dispatching the voting materials to go to Kawempe Division North, where the by-election is going to take place today, Thursday, the 13th of March. And what you are seeing here are the police officers who are providing security to this ballot, the voting materials. Now, as you can see, it is a combination of voting materials. There is the ballot box. Inside that ballot box, there are voters registrar is inside there, the biometric machines where people are verified to vote. The machine is inside that ballot box, and there are also the ballot papers, which are all inside, and hundreds of pickups, the Electoral Commission pickups, they have parked here, and they are loading these materials. Right now, you see every pickup has a driver and a police officer, plus the supervisors who will be delivering these voting materials to each and every polling station. Now, this is Kazo, Angola, where there's also voting for councillors. So all polling stations in Kazo, Angola has at least 2 ballot boxes and 2 casting materials. That is the basin and the box where the people are casting the votes. And from here now we shall be updating you on every activity which will be taking place today. At least what I know is the voting is starting at 7 a.m. in the morning and will stop or end at 4 p.m. in the evening. From there, then the Electoral Commission will be receiving the results from different polling stations at Makerere School Institute of Health, and that's where the results will be later announced after collecting all the results. So my name is Aguta Philip, and for us, we never blink an eye because we were waiting for this moment to come, and as I speak, we are now in Banda. As you can see, the officers are ready to provide security to this exercise. And from here, at 7, we shall also be in Kawempe to give you the opening of these voting materials, and of course in the day we shall be updating you on each and every activity that will be taking place until these results for Kawempe Division North by-election will be announced later at the night of this day. Thank you so much. My name is Philip Aguta. Let's keep in touch.
Well, that was Philip Aguta, and he was right at the Electoral Commission warehouse in Chambogo. Now, the electoral voting materials were dispatched today at 3 a.m. and by 5 a.m. I can confirm personally that the vehicles were en route to Kawempe North Division, where they were going to be distributed so that we get ready for the elections that are taking place today. Now, Nalukola will be voting around 9 a.m. What I know for sure is that Farida Nambi will be also casting her vote from the Mbogo grounds in Kawempe, where Jethro was talking to the Minister of Youth Affairs earlier. And also from that conversation, we will build up on that later on, because from what I see here in studio, Robert has questions and, and concerns regarding the allegation by the Minister for Youth Affairs that 80,000 fake ballots were being printed by the National Unity Platform Party, and that the person who was in charge of printing these on behalf of NUP has already been arrested. Also, we know that there were allegations yesterday of pre-ticking of ballot papers, and this allegation was by the NUP. We saw some footage of them in a certain residence that had cars without number plates. I don't know if this points to ticking of ballots, because I tried to find a footage showing that ballots were really being ticked. I didn't see any, but the situation was rather suspect, to say the least. So we will get into that, but I would like to take your focus onto a pre-poll meeting that occurred yesterday between the Electoral Commission and candidates that are vying for the Kawempe North seat, and also some party leaders.
The Electoral Commission held a pre-polling stakeholders engagement meeting this afternoon at Makerere Institute of Public Health. During the meeting, the Electoral Commission reiterated their commitment to ensuring a free and fair election.
Their votes. I would like to assure the people of Kawempe North Division that the Commission, working with the Uganda Police Force, has made adequate preparations to ensure a peaceful and secure electoral environment.
We've had training of polling officials that ended today. So we are ready for polling, and I'm saying we are ready because at about midday today, I witnessed the closing of the boxes that contain our ballot papers. This was done at about midday today at our warehouse, and those boxes are ready for dispatch to the polling stations very early in the morning, so that by 7 o'clock all materials should be reaching the polling stations.
There are over 2,000 registered voters in Kawempe Division North, spread across 189 polling stations in 19 parishes.
For the by-election that we're holding tomorrow, that starts at 7 a.m. and closes at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I would like to say that we are close to the end of the roadmap that was rolled out by the Electoral Commission.
Despite the Commission's assurances, some candidates, including areas Nalucol of the National Unity Platform, have voiced concerns about the arrest of their supporters, the large presence of unmarked vehicles, and the heavy security presence which they believe may intimidate voters' turnout.
However, as we were campaigning, the same security men attacked us, tear gassed us, shot at us. Many of my supporters sustained injuries. My motor vehicle, among other items, were confiscated. And Mr. Chairman, as we talk now, I don't have a motor vehicle. I'm a candidate, but my motor vehicle was confiscated by police. I can't communicate. My phones were taken, my money, even my tools of trade. You know, I'm an advocate and a commissioner for oath. My stamp was taken.
Chairman and members of the commission, you've consistently said there would be no numberless vehicles in these by-elections. But just go to Kawempe and see how many numberless vehicles are there right now, some of which have been covered by the media. But like my candidate said here, today we bumped into them doing that. We got information that vehicles were moving into this compound with numbers. They come out without number plates.
There are 10 candidates in the race of Kawempe Division North, and voting will begin at 7 a.m. in the morning and ends at 4 p.m. in the evening. Philip Agut and Winnie Mukisa for UBC News in Kampala.
Well, that's a meeting that occurred between the Electoral Commission, candidates and also some party leaders. They raised some of their concerns and of course we have been following, and some of the concerns by, for instance, Nalukola were among others the heavy deployment of security and also how they were manhandled and some of their party members were also arrested. Now we are having a look at the press and what they have today, and according to the New Vision, they say Kawempe goes to polls today, and we have a pictorial of some of the candidates that are vying for the Kawempe North MP seat, among those Farida Nambi. Now we also have, according to the New Vision, how MPs approve 725 billion for Umeme buyout, how government entities will share 4 trillion additional budget, that according to the New Vision, and also oil 120 wells ready for production. Then security personnel linked to 2.9 billion shilling hotel robbery. Also there is a pictorial there of some of the houses that were demolished by NEMA as part of its exercise to evict those that are encroaching on wetlands. Now, according to the Daily Monitor, numbers game in Kawempe. Now, Monitor goes on to mention that in free and fair elections, numbers mean everything. And if that is the case, then given parishes will decide how the poll will be won or lost, as voters in Kawempe North constituency go to polls today to pick a replacement for their fallen leader, Muhammad Segirinya. Now, Monitor also shows us a map of voter numbers per parish and candidates. Now, when we look at that map, it shows that Imperere has 6,864 registered voters. Komamboga has 10,633 registered voters. Now, Kawempe 2 has 22,813 registered voters. Kazo has 20,071 voters, and Kawempe 1 has 40,466 registered voters. Now Chikaya has 18,735. Chebando has 39,785 registered voters, whereas Waise 1 has 21,156 registered voters. And all of these will decide who will be the next member of parliament in Kawempe North. Now, Michael Jordan Lukomwa joins us from the Central Tallying Center at Makerere University. Michael Jordan, earlier when we spoke, things were taking shape and the situation was very light at the time. What is happening right now?
Yes, thank you so much. You get from A to something, B to something. They are broken down.
A technical glitch. I'm not able to hear Jordan, but we will be back with Michael Jordan later on. He's on standby at the Tallying Center in Makerere University. Now, Makerere University was chosen to be the Central Tallying Center because they were trying to avoid the traffic that will be in Kawempe North Division. And according to the returning officer, Kampala, he did mention that any central district can work. Any electoral district can work as a tallying center. So they chose Makerere University so that it acts as the central tallying center. Now, Julie, before we went into the breaks and also the various conversations that we had with people like the Minister of Youth Affairs, which we'll get to. I know Robert is itching to get to that. You were still telling us, where is your money? Who are you putting your money on? As given the history where Segirinya did win the same seat in 2021 with 41,197 votes, and then the person who came second to him, that was Serada Sulaiman Chidandala. He came second with a measly 7,512 votes. But let's first go back to Makerere, where Michael Jordan is. Hello, Jordan.
Okulonda kubekwa amazima kugende maaso tulonde tulabe nti nno bwe bitambula paka ebinakomekereza baddenjerere ng'obululu bwebwo byonna box baddenjerere ne ballot papers bazitulazeeko obutabu babitulazeeko nga twali butiikinge era tusaba nti kino kye tulabyeko tekiba amakwekansa mabula bibeera amazima agali mu electoral commission tulonda akalulu kaffe tukateekwe twalese emirimu tulabe nti nno naffe tulaba nti mu ggwanga lyaffe tulina kye tusobola okulyongerako era eddoboozi lyaffe liwulira amanya Sendawula Mpaji Robert Kirokole zone LC1
So that's one of the voters at this particular polling station that has started to have their they're going to start casting their ballot. So I want to give you a glimpse of how a polling station opens, because we have other polling stations that are still in the processes of starting and having their processes. There is another polling station here that has also started. People are on the line. They have started picking their ballots to go vote. So we want to talk to the leaders of this particular polling station to tell us the process and how it is like, because they are in the processes of beginning. Good morning, madam. Just briefly, what is the process like and how far have you gone in as far as opening your polling station?
Oh my God.
Just briefly.
Like, we are still waiting for the 10 people that are supposed to witness before we open. Yeah.
So you must have 10 voters around.
Exactly.
To open up anything.
Yes.
So how many so far have you received?
So far I have 7. 7. Yeah.
So according to the procedures, there must be 10 voters on location to witness the opening of the boxes and all the voting materials. So as you can see, this particular polling station has only received 7, so they cannot open anything, and that's the law. You get? So we are showing you what happens and how it goes in as far as opening a polling station is concerned. I want my camera person to show you. I told you this particular playground has 7 of them. The other side has a number of them that have not opened anything, meaning voters are still coming in, and each polling station must have 10 on ground in order to open. So that is the situation here at Kirokole zone, where the NUP candidate, that is Luyimbazi Elias Nalukola, is also expected to cast his ballot. These are all polling stations, but each one of them must have 10 voters on ground to witness the opening of the ballot box, the opening of the boxes and the ballots, in order to start the voting procedure. Right now there is another polling station where they are opening the boxes and starting the whole process. I can see the presiding officer and her team dressing up, get ready to start the exercise. Let us take a chance to witness how it all happens. How do they open these boxes? We thank you so much for watching. So let us have a glimpse of how these materials are opened.
Tulinamu ekitaala rechargeable lamp singa obudde bwe bukuniddemu kimu. Tulinamu markers zigenda okukakasa nti oyo amaze olonda ziri 5. Ab'ebinkumu inkpad tulina 4, emigambo yaweddemu. Bateddemu n'essiru zino tujja zeeyambisa kusiringa box eri mugenda osuula obululu eno tugenda osuula obuki obululu egenda kuba ekoze eki esiringiddwa buli obuntu 6 tulinamu ne foomu zino tetusuubira nti buli agent ajja kukola ki ajja kutwalako era asayiningeko gy'anaatwalira mukama we yamukoze eki eyamusindise okujja okubeerawo okumukuumira akalulu ke. Saako ne envelope zino ezigenderamu ebiddayo ku woofiisi. Eno siiru egenda kusiringa box eri n'ebinaala bikoze eki bisigaddewo nga bwe tuzisanze nga nsibe era eddayo nga nki nga nsibe.
Tugenda zikozesa in case they check in the BVVK machine. Waliwo abantu, maybe you find somebody is a lame or the fingerprints cannot show. Balina omurekodinga wano.
Waliwo omuntu agenda okujja talina ndagamuntu, talina voters slip, nenini tagikola ki tagimanyi. Then bwe tunaamaliza tujja mukebera muki. Waliwo n'omulala talina binkumu oba tugambe muleme emikono tegikola ki naye tujja mukebera mu register bw'abanga mwali oyajjuzibwa kuno okakasa nti mu register mwali nekiika mu system ey'ekyuma teyakola ki teyatuulamu. Oba oyinza n'okujja engalo zo zakutte mu seminti n'oteekako ebinkumu byonna tebisobola kukola ki kukola kuba olina engalo 10 naye tuzitaddeko zikoze ki kati ze zino foomu.
Yes, we thank you so much for watching. Now, this is the process of opening a polling station. You get? They're showing everything to the voters. They are witnessing the opening process of a polling station. Everything has to be shown to them as you can see it ongoing on your screen.
Eno etulaga toto bwebutandikira buno ebatuwadde obululu ne serial number ekola ki esembayo ku buli ka booklet obuli wano eno. Era batuwadde ebisaketi biri bisatu nga buli saketi erimu buli kavera kalimu pieces 7 nga bwe mubulaba buno obukuleti 7 kati 7 emirundi 3 obukuleti 21. Eno mwe tugenda olondera era nayo mugiraba nka nkalu ngenda salibwa gisiimula kubanga erimu ki
We thank you so much for watching UBC TV. We are still coming to you live from Kawempe North constituency, where there is a by-election, and at the start, this is part of the activities that have to be witnessed. This is the procedure. Voters are witnessing the opening of a polling station.
Start from 1 to start from this one. You can open.
We not serial numbers.
You start with that fan.
So, there they are ascertaining the serials and the figures on the ballot booklets. The booklets have serials, and ascertaining is also part of the process. So a polling station is not just opened and people are told to line up. No, it is a procedure and a process that is followed. That is what is happening.
The biometric voter verification kit nga yegenda okuverifying omuntu tumulaye mu register ne muno record yegenda kola ki kugenda mitegeeza abantu abayingidde muno emijesa babakoze ki kyovula bwaba tayingidde muno eri form yetugambye tukumukola ki yetumuteerako okulaga nti machine teyakoze ki nenga mu register yabaddemu eriemu. Ono gamu tabanga wa tape eri tesobola musumulira we bamusibidde inakoli kuyiza buki beza abesimbyewo sagala otutwale ogambe ke batuwadde kwabaddeko omuntu wasimulabangako.
The procedure involves ascertaining and validating all the materials here, and that is after that that people go to the line to start casting their ballots.
Akalunga bw'okalabye tubeera n'obululu obwonooneka n'obutakola ki ne buba bubaliddwa. Akalulu kasita kayingira bokisi eri tugamba nti akalulu kaba katuufu singa kaba katiikingiddwa mu butuufu bwaki bwako. Ye tuyinza okukayita invalid akatabalirwa ketugamba kemutera ogamba nti ako kafu kasita kaba nga kavudde mu bokisi eriwa. Kati ketugamba spoiled abamu bimanye babuzaabuza ke kalulu akaba kayonoonese olinga yadda yagatiikinga mulala n'atiikinga omulala n'akomawo n'agamba mbadde siraye bulungi ntiikinze bokisi enki akkirizibwa omukisa gumuweebwa ne bamuwa akalulu kusinga baba n'akateeka muli ne kaba kaki tuli ffenna kali kyetwewala oli singa atiikinga ono atiikinga n'ono ng'akozesezza obubonero obwalagibwa ayinza okuba ataddemu sita akabonero tekaalagibwako muki mu kulonda tulina okutiikinga oba ekiki ekigalo kino kiri kimu kane tuli mu Luganda engalo zino zaawukana waliwo ne bayita olugalo ne bayita ekigalo kati de akalulu kano bajja kukakuwa nga bakawese mu foomu bweti lwaki twewale bonookakola bwoti nga bakozesezza ekinkumu inkuwa ayinza obuva eno n'akola ki nadde eno kitegeeza kijja tulaga nti watiikinza emirundi emeka ensonga ki bakakuwa kesimbye kati nti ne bw'oba okagasse ekinkumu kisobola obuva eno nekigattawa kigattawo era mu muntu yaki mu muntu y'omu kati awo yenonisa gye tuyigenda okuba naki ate bwe batadde mu butiiki mukaaga kasita banga bukyali mu layini ya muntu atya kitegeeza maka gyakozesezza eki eyo ebintu baba yagakakasa nti newe mumpa obulala 10 oyo gwenkola ki gwenjagala kaba sikafu kasita kaba akali mu box etya nti watokinza asooka n'omutiikinga ne bw'otiikinga bwe kiri kubanga omuntu gw'aba akoze eki ekigendererwa kye kiki nti yoyo omuki yoyo omuntu waggumizza oba atadde mu linnya oba muntu mu kabonero aba ategeeza omuntu atya oyo yennyini kubanga tekuliko mulala wa mupiira tekuliko mulala wa nkumbi kati gw'aba akakasizza
banendoza byebyo olwalina kyabuuza tuddeyo mu layini zaffe abalala batandise era tusobola okutandika
Okay, that is polling station O to Z. Opening a polling station takes a serious activity. Besides ascertaining materials, we have also noticed that it involves a brief sensitization and briefing of the voters on what has to be done to avoid mistakes, to enable everybody understand the ballot. And okay, the voter we talked to at the beginning has cast his ballot, and he can give us a picture. So boss, how was it? You have ink, and tell us how.
I'm feeling much delighted having casted my vote in my particular candidate. I feel I should have done, because it has been a long struggle all along, and I'm now very, very happy for what I have done this morning. And I just pray to the mighty Allah that whatever we have believed in and whatever we have put in, God is going to lie on the side of those who are majority, actually, because the powers of majority, the power lies to the powers of what? The majority. So I'm much delighted as Senator Ulampaji Robert for having cast my vote in the names of my candidate, that is Elias Narukola, and we're expecting victory today.
We wish you all the best.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, so that was voter number 1 on the polling station that we started with, that opened first. Okay, so the plan with the Electoral Commission is to open at exactly 7 a.m. but the processes probably take some time, and it involves a number of activities, sometimes voters slowing in to come, and it a little gets to delay. So some polling stations are just opening, others are just starting to the activities that begin with the opening in order to see that they start their exercise.
We have been listening and also watching the events that are taking place in Chirokore zone, that is along Tura Road. We have been looking at the polling station there, and the NUP candidate, Elias Luyimba Zinalkola, will be casting his vote from the same polling station that we have been looking at. Now, Michael Jordan Lukomwa has taken us through the process of opening up a polling station so that people can the electoral process can start, or people can start casting their votes. And among these, one of my takeaways is that before the boxes are opened, there should be at least 10 voters, not less. 10 or plus, but 10. At some point, there were only 7 voters that were in place, and because of that, the boxes could not be opened until they got the number that is required by the law, which is 10 people. And of course, we have seen some of the voters that have already cast their votes. One of them had already cast a vote for the NUP candidate, Nalukola, and the gentleman did mention that he's the LC1 to be of that area. Also, before they opened the boxes, and they showed us what the electro kit entails, and in this there was a rechargeable lamp that is used in case the counting of the votes goes on till later. Let's have a listen.
Did not start on the voting did not start on time because the turn up was low. Yes. But you can see the others. People here, we haven't got any issues yet. Okay. And we are seeing police. We are not seeing other security organs. So we think it's going to be like this throughout the day. So we are also moving around, supervising to see if there are any issues around the different polling areas in this parish. Okay. But so far we haven't encountered any issues apart from some polling stations where you find that they haven't got the 10 people to start before like the official opening of voting at that point. That's per the law. So, and also people are vigilant. Yes. They are coming. So we look forward to a win.
Okay. Yes. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, that is Honorable Brenda Kenya from Luwero. Yes, the woman MP Luwero, and she's doing some supervision work for her party, and that's the National Unity Platform. Different party officials are also here doing the same work for their parties to ensure that they get the victory at the end of the day, to ensure that no malpractices, to ensure that no problems that come in, and of course, we shall give you the whole update as the day goes by. Not to forget, Kawempe North MP seat fell vacant after the demise of the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, and they had to go to the polls to fill this vacancy, and that's why they are here, to make sure that they have an MP. The law says that there are certain days that are stipulated in the law that people should have an MP voted to replace any that has died or gotten any other problem in that line. So that's why we are here, and so far, so good, I would say. We thank you so much for watching. Let's hand back to Broadcast House. We'll get back to you with another update.
Back at the broadcast house. My name is Olive Monica Najuma. We are looking at the election that is taking shape at Kawempe North. Today, Kawempe North decides on who will be their next member of parliament. The seat became vacant after the area member of parliament, Muhammad Segirinya, died on 9th January 2025. Now, according to the Electoral Commission, in 60 days after a member of parliament has died, there has to be a by-election. And that's why today we are here. The people of Kawempe get to decide who will represent them later on. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, in the electoral kit, what is inside there? There is a rechargeable lamp just in case the counting of the votes goes on till late in the night and probably they have no access to power. And then they have markers to confirm that a person has voted. You saw a gentleman that had voted, and on his finger there was a marker to indicate that he had voted, so he cannot cast his vote a second time. Then they have ink pads as well for people that are going to vote using the thumbprint, and then they have seals for the boxes after the election, after the election process has been completed. They have forms for agents, and also they had envelopes and booklets, among others. So the situation is very okay. We have also been made to understand that on site, at least the 2 polling stations that we have looked at so far, that is in Kawempe Mbogo grounds and also in Chirokore zone along Tura Road, so far so good. We have been made to understand that only police is in the vicinity. There is no presence of other security organs like JAT. There is no presence of other security organs like military police. We are only seeing police. So this could be indicative that the elections are going to be peaceful. And of course, this is a good insight if all things considered, depending on what we have been seeing in the past couple of days. So the people of Kawempe get to decide. Now, Julie, I still remember.
Looks like you want her to avoid.
I still remember. And Robert, you're not off the hook too. Yes. Battle lines, we are here. We have 10 candidates, although everyone seems to have forgotten that there are 10 and they're talking about 2. Why is that?
Just like in any election.
Yeah, let me start with Julie.
Those and...
Yeah. Well, from what you asked me, I mean, like I'd expressed earlier, that we see Hajat Farida Nambi, we see Nalukola, and Hajat Farida Nambi, from what we can see, represents the elite, at least. And Nalukola tends to represent, as Robert painted the picture for us, the urban poor youth, you know, the ghetto youth, someone who comes from grass and then makes it to grace. But also looking at the historical picture, NUP has a strong hold in Kawempe North, at least by the 2021 general elections. We saw that the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya won by 41,197 votes. And NRM was obviously a part of this election. The contestant at the time was William Mutebi. But we also see that amongst the first 3, from the winner to the first runner-up to the second runner-up, NRM did not feature. But let's look at, given the current campaigns, if Principal Robert Kyagulanyi featured on the campaign trails, and the president of Uganda, but also the NRM chairperson, featured on the campaign trails, there are 2 different things to look at. Is it a conversation of strategic positioning as someone is casting their vote for their constituency? As it is, most of the conversation, the wording that is used is vote for someone who can access easily the source, who has easy access. So is it a conversation of positioning, strategic positioning, who will represent us best, who will lobby for us best as a constituency, who will have services delivered to us the best way possible and the easiest way possible as a constituency? Or is it a conversation of Omuntu wa wansi has to be represented, hook or crook? So if you ask me, between Nalukola and Hajat Farida, that's where the weighing scale is, between those 2.
Between the 2. Yeah. And then the others will share the crumbs. I like that perception. But anyway, we go back to Kawempe Mbogo. Okay, the footage you're seeing is of a polling station at Kawempe Mbogo. We'll be taking you there shortly, but for now, Robert, do you agree that if it is bread, it is being shared by 2 people, that is Hajat Farida Nambi and then Elias Luimbazi Nalkola, and the rest, the other 8, will take the crumbs?
Well, just like in any other election, both locally or international, talk about the U.S. elections. There wasn't only Joe Biden and Harris and Trump.
Donald Trump, yes.
In any election, they're usually the 2 that are the main people in the race. And for Kawempe, definitely, the 2 main. I'm not demeaning any, but you're being realistic and analyzing politics here.
Yes.
Definitely, you have the NRM candidate, Hajat Farida Nambi, and Elias Narukola of the National Unity Platform. And you must also note that for sports lovers and sports analysts, they have what they call, if teams are at play, they usually look at the odds, they look at what history has. Now, for this particular constituency, for the last 25 years, NRM has not had victory there. Now, this win, if NRM secures a win, it means so much to NRM and speaks volumes to NRM and their victory in Kampala. And I think this is why we've seen so much effort pumped into Kawempe. You have the Prime Minister, you have all the ministers, you have His Excellency come. At one time when I saw the Prime Minister, day one, day two, I almost thought that the President is not going to come. But then the President came. That's why you saw that the national unity is not taking this any light, because it knows that if NRM wins this election, it is going to be evidence that Kampala, the 5 divisions that have usually been dominated by the opposition, could slide away from them. So they are doing their best to retain this situation so that it doesn't speak the volumes. Now, if NRM doesn't make it, well, one would say history has repeated itself. But on who may take it, now you can't judge unless the final whistle is blown, the counting is done. However, I'm so disappointed and shocked by the low voter turnout, because one time someone told me that crowds lie. You know, you have a rally at just one ground. That very ground where Jethro is, the ground where Jordan, Michael, one of these two has ever held a rally there and had over 1,000 people gather. Now talking about the NRM and NOP candidate. But if the electoral material arrived in time, it's already there, and you have the electoral officials waiting for just 10 people that are voters at that particular, what time is it now? You have some polling stations, it's coming to 9, that have not kicked off because we are still waiting for 10 people to come. That speaks volumes.
Robert, don't you think you're being a bit hasty in judging that, in even saying you're disappointed?
Why am I
asking, let me finish for a bit. Why am I saying that? I have been paying attention to elections, even the 2021 elections, and one thing that has become a discipline or indiscipline, a habit, is that voters turn up late.
Yes, well, I've covered in my career, I've covered a number of elections. I must say, by-elections more so, because by-elections usually carry extra excitement. Leave alone these normal. But every by-election, they come with what we call extra excitement. Now, most of the by-elections, yes, the voter turn-up in terms of numbers may be low, but the early morning, the voting, is usually that early morning. Usually you find that there is so much people turning up to vote. Now when it comes to around midday, they usually reduce. Now from 2 to 3 to 4, they still come in huge numbers. So usually the pattern has been that early morning, you have quite a number of them who are coming to vote and go and work. Then also as they approach the end, we are good at doing things last moment, you still have another influx of voters.
Well, we will wait and see as the day has just unfolded. It's 3 minutes to 9 a.m. Still, if you're a voter and you're going to cast your vote, you should be on your way, because there is a timeline. Voting is supposed to end at 4 p.m. Though, according to Electoral Commission officers, they said if 5 p.m. finds you in the line, not joining the line. If it finds you in the line, you'll be given a chance to vote. But if you're not there, then you will not have a chance to choose your next representative. And this is very important. Maybe, Julie, Robert has said NRM has not won in this constituency for the last 25 years. So apart from looking at why a win is important for them, why have they not been winning? Why is it that they have failed to convince the people of Kawempe North that they are actually deserving of representing them in Parliament?
Well, like Robert earlier painted the picture of one who stays or dwells within Kawempe North, who they are. And I think for me the conversation is more on do these people relate? Are the candidates that NRM chooses to represent the party for Kawempe North, are they representing, do they relate with who is standing and laying this manifesto for them? So I think that's one of the major reasons. It sounds like you're laying a manifesto, but you do not know what we go through every day. You do not know our perspectives on
life. Are you
life.
saying that NRM candidates over the years have failed to understand the issues that the people of Kawempe North grapple with, hence the reason they've never been given an opportunity?
Perhaps so. And it's more on the word relating, someone who looks like them, someone who speaks their language. I think that has been, quite a gap in there, especially on grassroots. As we know, NRM is a party that is so passionate and crucial when it comes to grassroots politics. But also looking at the players that we have now, you can tell that Hajat Farida Nambi has she relates with a particular caliber within Kawempe North, of which they are also a majority. She represents many Muslims. She's a social worker at her. She's a social worker at that, but also at heart, and is very active when it comes to developmental projects, putting up projects, and being active and advocating for projects within the community. So I believe that she does have quite the say. She has a competitive power with Nalukola, and I think this time round Hajat Farida Nambi has been that candidate, if you look at all the candidates that have come through. But also just looking a bit at what the win means for NRM. When NRM wins, this means that it gains political confidence at that, and that means demonstrating continued support for NRM and the government altogether. But it also means strengthening the government's position, especially in signaling what remains as a capable and strong party in Kawempe, but also Kampala altogether. But the other thing that I think we need to also look at is local governance. That means that when NRM wins, if NRM wins, it will show that it will still have strong positions when it comes to local governance. But also it will be a message to the opposition that the NRM can still be a roaring lion in Kampala altogether. And of course it's a way of, if NRM wins, it's a way of preparing for the elections come 2026. It's a way of showing
so
that
if NRM wins, Julie, in your perspective, will this be painting an even broader picture of how NRM might do in the upcoming elections?
Yes,
Why am I asking this question?
Yes.
It's been established, and some people even say NRM te winning mu Buganda. NRM does not win in the central region. So if they take this,
yes,
is this a prophecy of what might happen in the upcoming elections?
Indeed, because it will speak into NRM's organizational strength, whatever they could have done different, and the ability to mobilize, and that is whatever they could have done different in mobilizing, in being organized on the grassroots as a party.
Party strength. Thank you so much, Julie. Now we are going to take a short break, but before we do that, Robert, there is something I know you've been itching to comment on, and that is a comment made by the Minister for Youth, the State Minister, Youth Affairs, Balambar Gahara, who alleged that 80,000 fake ballots were being printed by the National Unity Platform Party, and that the people that were printing these have already been arrested. Now, juxtaposition that with the incidents of yesterday in Mperere, where the leader of opposition and David Louis Rubongoya from the National Unity Platform Party went to a certain residence and claimed that there was a ticking or pre-ticking of ballots taking place in that house. So the situation, the comments from the minister vis-a-vis what we saw yesterday, it feels like counter-accusations. Who is telling the truth and who is actually lying? Or we will never know. Or is it the politics?
First, none of them is telling the truth. None of them is lying.
So it's the politics.
Because it's very unfortunate that this is beginning to dominate our electoral system. That whenever you have a by-election, I can challenge anybody who would like to say that what I'm saying is not true. You will have people who will claim they caught someone with pre-ticked ballot papers, or someone was stuffing. There is a house. I don't know why there is a house where they found. You'll find others saying we've caught these ones, but you see, all these have so far remained accusations and allegations. Because even if Honorable Balambar Gahara is saying this, that can only be confirmed if the police spokesperson was saying it. This is a political head, we all know that. It could be politicking. What happened when we saw Louis Luwongwe and Joel Senyonyi? Still, you know, we are in a political time. This can also be politicking at the same time.
You'd, however, have to explain.
Yes, because what if it was a meeting and people, because you've gotten information, you've come on information. You see, Balaam, supposing when we go by the law, this person says no. What you discover that what you thought were actually weren't. So we can only verify after arrests, investigations, and convictions. And it is sad that this is dominating our electoral process. But to, just to encourage the people of Kawempe North, I just love the way the Electoral Commission does its things. One, we've all seen what happens at a polling station.
Yes.
That these have seals. The boxes are coming sealed. Second, we know how many voters are registered at a particular polling station, isn't it? That if it is A, we have 100 voters. We can't have a 100% turn up. Maybe if 70 voters come at that polling station. So we have the booklet. We'll know how many papers have been removed. We'll know how many have been spoiled ballots. We'll know how many have been invalid ballots. So we add up. We have polling agents there. So be calm. No need for alarm or anything like that. So when we count at the end, we'll say we can't have 70 people casting their vote today and we have 200 votes. You know? So, second, about staffing. We have the agents, just be alert, fellow Ugandans. Be alert and ensure that whatever happens, we follow the law. But this counter accusations, politicking, we cannot justify any. We can't say that yesterday's incident, indeed, people were critiquing. We can't, because it is our police to investigate and see. We can't even justify what the Honorable Minister has just said.
Okay, thank you so much, Robert. Now, the Kawempe by-election is happening today. The people of Kawempe North get to decide who their next member of parliament will be. Now, this is no ordinary by-election because it has been laced with some cases of security personnel brutalizing voters and some of the contestants, but also it is meaningful and it is very big for the NRM because if they win this one, it will be the first time in 25 years that the National Resistance Movement Party gets to have a member of parliament representing this constituency that has been an opposition stronghold. We don't know who is going to win, but we are waiting with bated breath. Now, according to the Electoral Commission, 199,064 voters are registered in Kawempe North, and they have 197 polling stations. Now, of the 199,064 voters, we have 6,864 from Mperere and 10,633 from Komamboga, 22,813 from Kawempe 2 and 40,466 from Kawempe 1. Kazo has 20,071 voters and Kanyanya has 18,818 registered voters. Then Chikaya has 18,735 registered voters. Then Chebando has 39,785 registered voters, whereas Waise has 21,156 voters. We have 10 candidates that are vying for this seat, and among these is Elias Luyimbazi Nalukola, a contestant that is representing the National Unity Platform Party, the same party where the former member of parliament who is now deceased, Muhammad Segirinya, came from. Now, the other contender is Farida Nambi from the National Resistance Movement Party, Henry Kasaja from the Democratic Party, Sadat Muchiri, also known as Aganaga from Forum for Democratic Change Party, and Ismail Musitwa from People's Progressive Party, PPP. Now, we have independents as well, and these include Hanifa Karadi and Muhammad Mutazindwa, then Muhammad Luswata Luwemba. Now, Muhammad Luswata Luwemba was a long-time aide for the fallen leader of Kawempe North, Muhammad Segirinya. Then we have Moses Nsereko, who is formerly of the National Unity Platform Party. He lost out in the party primaries and he decided to go for it as an independent. Then we have Henry Stanley Maitum, who is a son to former President Apollo Milton Obote. Now we'll take a short break. When we come back, Julie will be having a conversation with Milton Kambura, a political analyst, and later on Chabo Robert will be coming back. Stick around. Kawempe North decides.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Step into a world of excellence, comfort and pride with Royal Foam Furniture, crafted to perfection right here in Uganda. We bring you state-of-the-art living room furniture and bedding products at affordable prices. Our wide variety of mattresses include orthopedic, pillow top, spring mattresses suitable for institutions like hotels and many others for home comfort. With every piece telling a story of royal excellence, our products are built with the highest quality materials made to last. Experience royalty with Royal Foam Furniture, proudly made in Uganda, so buy Uganda and build Uganda. Visit our showrooms at Ginger Road, Chambogo Junction, Bukoto Chisasi Road, and on Victoria Mall, Entebbe, on the first floor.
When you want to relax your body and refresh your mind, welcome to Hotel La Confidential, Aroa's premier destination for luxury and comfort. The only hotel in Aroa City offering a serene atmosphere, breathtaking scenery. Come and discover our exclusive wellness club with packages that include a fully equipped gym, a rejuvenating sauna, steam bath, and a great sky blue swimming pool. For events, our state-of-art conference halls and versatile event spaces are perfect for hosting shows, wedding receptions, birthdays, and more. Come and enjoy our cinema hall and unisex saloon, all designed to meet your entertainment and grooming needs. Bring your family and let your kids splash around in our beautiful kids water park. We are located on Aroa Pakwachi Highway in the heart of Aroa City. Don't wait. Visit us on www.hotelconfidential.com or call us on 0761 688 181.
Property Line, everything real estate, construction, class, and luxury.
Real estate, it's land and developments on land.
We are now, as a country, in an auto-drive mode with respect to real estate.
We have a deficit in housing of more than 2 million units.
For the real estate, when you have income, I want you to contribute something.
Don't miss The Property Land every Saturday 7:30 p.m. and Monday 11 a.m. only on UBC TV. Inspiring Uganda.
Looking for instant excitement? The Uganda National Lottery Spin for Cash game is now available online. Wherever you are, you can join the excitement for just 500, 1,000 and 2,000 Uganda shillings. Don't miss out. Register now on www.nationallottery.go.ug for a chance to win your share of 2 billion instantly. What are you waiting for? Play Spin for Cash now, anytime, anywhere. Ituba is the proud operator of the Uganda National Lottery.
Uganda National Lottery. Dream, play, win.
Participants must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The Uganda National Lottery is operated by Ituba Uganda and regulated by the National Lotteries and Gaming Regulatory Board.
We're going to be talking about farming, but it's not me that's going to do that.
My name is Hava K. Luanga.
My name is Larry Charles K.
Let's go!
Mixed farm is a type of farming that involves growing crops and raising livestock. This is the spice garden and for the vegetables.
My first favorite spice has to be black pepper.
What's black pepper in Uganda?
Kamulali or mudagavu.
What? We're going to talk about the sechunga. We're going to see how big it is, as big as Larry's head. And then we're going to talk about the mangada. So we're going to get there. We have still so many farms to visit. And I would like to hear from you. This is the Little Farmer Show, and we are bringing coolness back to farming. See you!
Nebaza President Museveni okusingira ddala
eyaleeta omwoga kubanga ffe omwoga twali tetugutegeera okubanga yatuyamba mu mbeera embi gye twalimu naddala ffe abavubi kubanga ffe twali baatugaana okukoola okugenda ku
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning once again. My name is Julie F. Nantaba Musisi, and the Kawempe North Parliamentary by-election is today, the 13th day of March 2025. We have been here with you since morning, and we do continue to bring you everything about Kawempe North by-election as it comes through until its end. So make sure that you stay inspired here on UBC TV Uganda. And this Kawempe, just to give you a background, this Kawempe by-election is taking shape because the former MP Member of Parliament, Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, passed on in January, and by the Constitution, it's supposed to take place to have an MP for that constituency until the term ends for this year, and elections will be held next year, 2026, for the new Member of Parliament of the fresh parliamentary house. But for now, the by-elections are going on, and we did see earlier on footage from different locations, and allow me still take you back to some pictorial images to show you what is on ground, what is transpiring, how the environment looks. Is it peaceful? At least thus far that we've seen so far, there's peace, there's police on ground, and citizens of Kawempe North have started voting. We did learn that at least 10 voters had to turn up to witness everything from the start, to witness that the kits were still sealed, to witness that there were no extra voter slips already, whose ballots were already cast. And so far we've seen the exercise take shape. We've seen ballot boxes being opened. We've seen slips that are sealed, 7 in each pack. And so far all we've seen is peace. We've had comments from different commentators, some of which have been the Minister of Youth, Honorable Balam Bargahara, and we also did see some of the citizens of Kawempe North who cast their votes and mentioned who they voted for and how they look forward to jubilate as the win comes through for them. But you are watching UBC TV, Good Morning Uganda, and hopefully we are able to anytime soon be able to see what is on ground through pictures. But you can also be a part of the social media platforms of UBC, especially on X, and do comment on what is on ground and what is on there. But also you can get in touch and send your WhatsApp message, your contribution to the studio line that is on your screen, so that you are able to participate and share your mind on what is going on. Now, in just a few, we shall be having a conversation with a political analyst, one who's not new to UBC, but we definitely understand, we definitely buy into, we definitely regard what he has to say. And ultimately, his message always ends up with the message of peace. We'll be talking to him in just a few, but Kawempe North decides today, the 13th day of March 2025. 10 candidates on there. Elias Luyimbazi from National Unity, that is Elias Luyimbazi Nalukola. Elias Luyimbazi Nalukola from National Unity Platform, and Hajat Farida Nambi from the NRM, Henry Kasaka from Democratic Party, Sadat Muchiri, aka Khalifa Aganaga from FDC, Ismail Musitwa from People's Progressive Party, and Hanifa Kaladi, who is independent and leaning on the side of NRM, but really independent, and Mohammad Luswa Luwemba, independent, as well as Moses Nsereko, independent, and Henry Stanley Maitum are also independent. That is a picture of the candidates as what they look like and who you think should be your candidate and your member of parliament 2025-2026 in Kawempe North. All right, now let's join Jethro, who is on ground at Kawempe Mbogo, for him to give us an update of what it looks like right now. Jethro, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much. For now, we are still standing by here at Mbogo Stadium. We're still witnessing residents of Kawempe North who are continuing to cast their ballots at this particular place. But remember, we have different polling stations where our colleagues are also standing by to ensure that they keep you up to speed on how things are really moving on. Now, if you can really see my background very well, behind me you can see the presiding officers. We have the polling assistants who are putting on uniforms, and these are people in charge of these elections. You can see people who are going in to tick, of course, after entering in their credentials within the system to verify if they are really eligible voters to be at this very particular polling station. But of course, with me, we do have election observers whom I met in this place. Actually, by the time we arrived here at about 6 a.m., they were already here to assess the situation. So I'll be interviewing one of them to critically understand what is their role and what are they doing here and what needs to be done at a particular time. Madam, you're most welcome. You're live on UBC. Actually, as I can read from your card, Miss Mauda Nora Mogisha, actually she is an observer. She has an accreditation tag, of course, with permission from the Electoral Commission and the Parliamentary and Local Government Council by elections of Kawempe Division, meaning she is certified to be at this particular place. So we shall be understanding what is their role when it comes to the issues of elections. Madam, you're most welcome. Your names and your role at this very particular place.
My name is Maud Mujisha. I'm representing the Women's Situation Room. The Women's Situation Room is a mechanism in Uganda which is, our mandate is to promote peace before, during, and after elections. And that's why we are here, because this is very important for us. We would like to see peaceful elections. And so we are here to observe what is happening, whether procedures are being followed, everything that promotes peace during elections.
Well, Ugandan may really want to understand, talking about observation, it seems to be an easy task, but what really entails in this observation, and where do you report in case you have findings that are really not auguring well as far as your rules and the mandate is concerned?
Okay, we follow the procedures laid out by the Electoral Commission, so we check whether these procedures, are being followed. And as the Women's Situation Room, when we complete our observation after the elections, we produce a report and we discuss it with the Electoral Commission. And we point out what went well and what may not have gone so well. Yes.
Maybe before I let you go, by the time I came in at about 6 a.m., I saw you around. What have you so far observed, the general picture with your observation, since you are an observer?
Yeah, I think the starting was a bit slow, because the organization was just happening, but the polling stations, sort of the whole environment here, the 6 polling stations were open by like 7:30, but the voting started much later because some of the biometric machines were not working. So that delayed the voting, but so far so good. Things are moving on well. All the 6 polling stations within this Mbogo primary school are already voting and voting peacefully.
All right, and maybe my last question. What is that one thing that a Ugandan who is watching UBC live, what should they know as far as this election process is concerned in your last remarks?
What I feel is that we are capable of holding peaceful elections if we are organized, if everything is in place. And that's what I'm seeing here, and I think this is what we should aim at, to have non-violent elections.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Maud Nora Mugisha, for that grateful insight there. Now, before I come back to you in the studios, you need to realize that we have the different bodies within the whole process of people going on to ensure that they vote their candidate that they think needs to represent them in the parliament. But this shows you that the government has really invested in much to ensure that probably this election really comes out to be free and fair, and that is what everybody is praying for at this particular moment. But as like I told you, we are still waiting for the NRM candidate who will be voting from this very particular place, and that is Farid Nambi. She is the lady we are waiting for as we continue to give you the live updates and proceedings on how things will be happening. But of course, we also have different people who are within this particular place. They are here to cast their votes. But I did host the Minister for the Youth. He told us that those who are done with their elections, with voting, they need to go back to their particular homes or go back to do their businesses to ensure that they have something that is very important. I have another colleague who has joined me. I will be interviewing him to understand who he is, what is he doing, and what has brought him at this very particular place. You're live on UBC TV. Your names and what are you doing here? Are you a resident? Are you done voting? What next?
Well, my name is Engineer Bole Aksam, Engineer Biogas Business Hustler on TikTok. I'm a resident here. I'm a resident. I vote from this polling station. For your info, we have over 193 polling stations in the entire Kawempe North. 197 actually. Actually, yeah, 197. So this is one of the biggest polling stations. The reason being, when we were registering some years ago, some stations had some problems and so many people flocked into our area and we registered here so many voters. So I was here to vote. When I heard of a by-election, I had to come in, to come in because this is my residence and this is my village. I would love it to see it with a good service delivery.
How was it bit like the voting process? This year you said that you finished voting, you came in here early enough. Why are you still here at this particular time?
Well, whoever is viewing me, as early as 6 I was here because I'm a concerned citizen and a very representable gentleman. So I was one of the first people to vote, if I wasn't the first person to vote at my polling station. In the area around, we had a lot of cars in this playground. They had filled the place and we had some ministers here and everybody was wanting to protect the vote. However, they said protection of vote is everybody's right because even people here are going to stay till evening, but you should flush out the cars from the playground so that people could have ample space. So what was here in the morning, what you didn't see, they flashed out all cars of the Electoral Commission or individuals, and all cars went out. And we had a challenge at the point where I was polling from. We had a challenge of machines. The machine which was checking the fingerprint was a little bit not working correctly. I myself, I was verified by the voters register, but I wasn't able to use the machine. So I think our Electoral Commission, we are going in a general election, they should harmonize on that. So we voted. There was a disabled woman. I don't know whether they made some reservations for these people. There was a disabled woman who said, I cannot vote, I cannot tick the ballot because I have some inabilities with my fingers. So I was forced to tell people that please, these people, the members of the Electoral Commission, help the lady. Don't say we were just put here to verify people go vote. So that one was worked upon. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. My colleague who is watching UBC right now, these are some of the ideas that, of course, are coming in from the residents within at this particular time. But we are still here at Mbogo. We are still waiting to see how things will be moving. Our eyes are still on track to ensure that the process really moves on smoothly. But of course, remember, by the end of the day, we shall have to move to Makerere University, where they have designated the National Tally Center at the moment. I come back to you in the studios to continue with the normal programming, unless there is any other question.
Jethro, I hope you can hear me, but I'm inspired by that young engineer that you've just talked to. And if he's still with you, would you please ask him what is encouraging him to vote as a young person? The citizen of Uganda. It's rare to find young people very passionate about voting. What has inspired him to come through to vote?
All right, thank you so much. I actually still have the young engineer, like you've said, with me, and actually they're asking what has really inspired you to come and vote at this particular time, because we have very many youths that really see this as something that doesn't really bother them. But remember, this is a constitutional right.
Well, I'm a concerned citizen, first of all, a very representable gentleman. Secondly, people all over this region, we are calling me to stand in this by-election for MPship, if I didn't tell the public. But I said it's a short period of time, and things I want to do for the Kawempe, people of Kawempe, are a little bit more than 8 months. So I cannot deceive them coming in 8 months to just maybe collect government paycheck or whatsoever. So I sought out a better candidate whom I won't air out because polling is private. And I sought out a best candidate whom I've casted my vote. And that person is to take the manifesto forward. However, Kawempe as a constituency had a lot of challenges before. When we were growing, first of all, this place has a challenge of partisan politics. We want to flush out partisan politics because people tend not to vote people who will help them simply because they have not come with the card they want. So I am trying to advocate for people to look into the ability of someone. What does that person has to do? So Kawempe North had challenges before, but it is developing. If you see that mosque there, we played here when it was a single room. Now you can see the floors. So there is some little bit of development of infrastructure. We would admit this. So and the other issue is we had a lot of challenge. People were arresting people rampantly. I heard that the case of idle and disorderly was abolished, but we had in around 2017 so many youth succumbed to rampant arrests of in form of idle and disorderly. So the youth had that anger at heart. That's why they are going to flock here in numbers. We are just beginning, but I'm going to be here as a responsible citizen till evening. You yourself, you will witness how the youth are going to engage themselves in this voting, because they are facing a challenge of unemployment. The most affecting challenge of Kawempe people is the livelihood. We have so many people who cannot afford $1 a day. But commando, like chapat and beans, just that's around 3,500. So if we sought a better candidate who can lobby for us, infrastructures, and make it easy for people to start businesses, to develop and change their livelihood, I have no reason of standing. I'm not yearning to be in that parliament. No, I am yearning to see proper service delivery. And we are giving them a test of 8 months. If they don't pass this test, then people like me are going to come out and we save our own constituency. Because this is where I was born, this is my polling station, I am not going anywhere. This is where I have to change.
Okay, please, thank you so much. You can critically understand that people have their thoughts and minds why they are here to vote today, but of course the main point there is to ensure that they have a better Kawempe for tomorrow.
Allow me also ask you, now that you are on ground and you have observed since the beginning of the exercise, what age group is dominating? Is it the youths or the middle-aged or the adults?
Well, thank you so much. According to my observation, I can seriously tell you that I've seen a few youths who are actually standing on the line. If my camera person can really show you the youths who are lining up in the queue to ensure that they cast their votes. But of course, going through the right procedures to ensure that they have their thumbprints and also their credentials are put into the system to verify if they are really eligible voters to cast their votes within this very particular place. But of course, like I told you earlier, since morning, the turn-up has at least improved from that than what that we found here by the time we arrived. That is at about 7, 8 a.m. But as for now, at least people have really increased on their numbers as far as voting is concerned. But of course, making an overview, I do have very many, seeing around very many elders who are within. But since we still have up to about 5:30 to 6 p.m., I do understand very many people, very many voters will be coming in to cast their votes. But as for now, the situation is still calm. Everything is moving on smoothly. We've not really registered any chaos around as far as Mbogo Primary School playground is concerned. But of course, as we wait for the NRM candidate, that is Farida Nambi, whom we expect that she will be casting her vote from this particular place. Back to you in the studios.
Thank you very much, Jethro, for that insight. Jethro is at Kawempe Mbogo, live on ground, making sure that he brings us everything as it happens. You are watching Good Morning Uganda. Julie F. Nantabamusi is my name, and please stay tuned because we are on ground to bring you everything as it is. Now, like I said earlier, we do have a political analyst in studio, and that is Mr. Milton Kambura, who is here to dissect the nitty-gritties of the Kawempe by-election as he sees it from his vantage from where he is standing. Good morning, Mr. Milton.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to have invited me here. And I want to say peaceful elections in Kawempe is the vision, is the dream that all Ugandans should be able to pray for right now, as we also learn from this experience. 2026 is coming. So what are we learning from Kawempe North?
That's so true.
Yes,
now allow me also put you on the spot just to break the ice. Earlier on, Olive did put me on a very tight spot, and she asked me if I were to bet, which candidate would I put my money on? So let me pass that ball to you.
You know, I work, you are talking to the president of Global Peace Foundation. Our work is a non-partisan and non-profit mandate, and I just wish everyone well. Actually, for everyone to stand, these are 9 candidates, right? To us, we first appreciate all of them, and we know they are all winners in the perspective of volunteering to put themselves forward to serve the people of Uganda. That is a great advantage. And I want to say thank you, Mr. President of the country, Uganda, and the NRM government, particularly for allowing Uganda to maintain and sustain this democratic principle of 5-year elections. Every 5 years there is an election taking place. If an MP dies, it is certain that an election will be held. So I want to say, Mr. President, thank you for giving us this opportunity. Of course, in the previous governments, you are aware that the previous governments did not maintain this kind of culture as per our enshrined in Article number 59, that every person in Uganda, every citizen will enjoy a right to vote a member of parliament or a president or an LSC1, LSC5 of his or her choice, you know, to represent him or her in parliament and all these institutions. So I want to say I salute Mr. President. Thank you so much. And I think I've answered your question. I am non-partisan. I wish everyone well. Let's go and vote in a peaceful and calm environment. Electoral Commission, you have done your job. I salute you. Thank you for having brought those technologies. And the citizens of Kawempe North, please maintain peace. Maintain peace, because peace is the foundation for democracy. Peace is the foundation for economic prosperity. And peace is the foundation for security. So we'll just vote that. Go and, you know, cast your vote peacefully. Go home and watch UBC TV. We are live and clear. I thank UBC TV. And wait for the results.
Yes,
no need for pulling ropes and fighting. Police, please, and the security agencies, maintain calmness. Maintain calmness. Maintain calmness.
Now, you have expressed that democratic principle. How are political party dynamics playing out between major parties in this particular election?
Of course, I want to inform the country we are still learning. It's still work in progress, but I think the speed at which we are learning is not very effective. As you have heard from one of our colleagues on the ground, politics of partisanship, you know, us versus them mentality of religion. The other one is a Muslim, you know, the other one is a Christian, is still playing a critical role in our elections in Uganda. And I think that explains to you why we are still divided as a country. And so USA as a country, you see, it's a United States. It's one, and that's why it's a superpower of the world. And China the same, Germany the same. What are we learning? It's all about playing politics that unites the country, unites tribes, unites religions. And so I feel in this candidate in Kawempe, it is something that we got to learn. The politics of partisanship, tribalism, sectarianism has made Kawempe to remain as a slum, a poor place in the country, a conflict zone in the country. So we feel that this election in Kawempe is going to uplift and put the citizens of Uganda who live in Kawempe to connect to the national perspective and ideology that we are one nation, one people, created by one God. That means a lot in this election. So I feel that Kawempe, please show us that you are united towards a national ideology and national values, that tribalism has no space in the politics of the country. The religious intolerance has no place in the politics of the country. But also this political ideology that yes, we can have NUP, we can have UPC, we can have DP, and possibly PPP, and all political parties. It is time that we have reached to where we can take a cup of tea or eat food on one plate, and no need to fight each other on the basis that we are political parties, but rather on the basis of who has a good model.
Mr. Kambura, allow me interject with what you've painted you want to see for Kawempe in regards to peace and being on one table, sharing the same plate and same cup. Do you think it has been expressed throughout the campaigns thus far?
We have been preaching, and I want to say thank you, UBC, for giving us this opportunity to continue educating the people through this platform. And we have peace ambassadors on the ground, we have reporters, we have electoral observers on the ground. And what I am seeing in this election in Kawempe, it has been very hot. And all candidates are young, energetic. These are very resourceful people. But as I have told you, it's one of the gaps that we are seeing, that young people are not learning from the history of this country. And we wish that Kawempe North elections teach us a lesson that the winner should be able to unite all other candidates, and also uniting the entire population of Kawempe to be one. Your religion is a personal business. You know, being a Muslim is your personal business with God. And you being a Christian, it's good, and we have religious freedoms in the country as enshrined in the Constitution. But that should not prevent you from associating and working with everybody. And so we want to see that kind of vision coming in the compound, in the game plan of politicians. It's not politics that divides the people of Kawempe, but politics that brings the voters to realize that enough is enough. We got to unite and work together and turn Kawempe from being a slum to being like Dubai. Those are the great, and to achieve that vision, religion and tribalism will actually divide us. Then we cannot think together. We cannot bring resources together. So that's why the narrative of the Peace Service Ambassador, Kambula Milton, today is praying and seeking and saying peace must come to Kawempe, so that the criminality, the unemployment, the slum, the abuse of the environment, where everyone is throwing kavera there, Nyala, that this is 21st century. So we are praying and seeking that the voters will vote rightly, and appreciate Museveni's and the presidency's capacity to defend our right to vote. It's good. I love the people. These pictures are sweet. When I see people voting, no one is beating them. No tear gas. I feel good. And I think security agencies, I think you heard what I said. The last 1 month I've been in tests on your necks and ears. Remove tear gas, remove those, the kokoro out of Kawempe. And I think, Mr. President, you have led us well this morning, and I feel and pray that it continues up to the evening time.
Now, this also paints a picture of, and it's a litmus test of some sort of what 2026 will look like. And I understand the passion of peace, the message of peace that you preach, for us to be on one table. But how best do you think these sentiments can be taken out of the citizens' hearts as we look forward to 2026, so that by 2026, as every Ugandan votes, they are voting for one purpose, one mission, and that is peace for all Ugandans and the development and growth for all Ugandans, as opposed to religion or tribe or any other sentiments that divide us as a nation?
What is very important right now is to show God, the one who created us, that we are learning. Uganda is the most beautiful country in the whole world. The most beautiful, the most blessed nation in the world. We cannot just play politics that, destroys Uganda, but rather uplifting Uganda, the pearl of Africa, to show God that we appreciate what he gave us. So it has reached a time when we have to get all our differences and burn them in some sort of a dustbin and kind of come together. We want to see Bob Wine, we want to see Museveni, we want to see Besigye of this world, Otunu. Is Otunu still there? Yes, he's still there in the north. We want to see Abedi Bwanika, all these political stakeholders and even their political parties coming together, involving themselves in sports for peace. Why not? Maybe a dinner for peace. Maybe even Museveni to open gates of State House and organize a dinner for all political party leaders, and dance together, eat together, and have a debate, peaceful debate, like the presidential debate we had last time, without showing to Ugandans that we cannot sit on one table and discuss the future of our country. If God sat down with Satan to talk about the issues of Job, why not? Why not in the 21st century to discuss the future of our country? Why not? So we would rather use our security manpower to defend the territory or our borders against the regional or international aggression. We need to deploy security where it is necessary. We don't need the security, even police and these AK-47 in our elections. We got to show the country and the Ministry of Defense and Security that we have grown. We can manage our elections peacefully and, in love. And whoever passes through means that he is actually representing all our ideas, our demands, rather to fight one another, kill one another, and even block investment. Can you imagine? Tourists will not come to our country, and we are dying of poverty. You are saying unemployment. Unemployment requires $100 million to come into your constituency. Who is that person that is going to bring money to open a factory in your village there, when every day tear gas, putting each other down, killing one another? Who is that fool that will risk that $100 million? But a country whose elections and democracy and rule of law peacefully delivered, human rights delivered, that country has more chances to have more tourists, have more investments. Even local resources can be harnessed. But look at this. If we are fighting, do we have even time to know that there is gold under the ground? We cannot. We will be just killing one another like DRC and these people from Europe will be coming. Okay, they are fighting. I think we should. The gold is down there.
Yes.
As we are killing one another for the people there, they are stealing our country.
You make a very, very crucial point there. You make a very, very crucial point there, Mr. Kambura, and it's very pertinent, and I hope that message has been driven. Kawempe North decides today. It's the Kawempe by-election taking place today, the 13th day of March 2025. And what you can see on the screen there is footage from Kawempe Mbogo. There we've seen a citizen of Uganda, someone who's disabled. Something to encourage you that it's not about your disability, but it's about your ability to take part in the developing of your country, in the building of your nation. So every citizen out there, everyone who is from Kawempe North, take your right seriously. Go cast your vote. Go have a voice, so that ultimately if someone is in parliament, it will be because you actually proved your voice, you cast your vote, and you had something to say. And even when you're holding them accountable, you hold them accountable because you know you actually cast that vote. Mr. Kambura did talk about the different candidates that we have, and we have 10 of them in this particular by-election. So allow me ask you to analyze the campaign strategies that have been exhibited by the different candidates, and how effective these campaign strategies are.
Of course, I will start with like, for example, Aganaga, who has been, that's from FDC, yes. Who used the door-to-door strategy. I think he felt it works for him. As he's an artist, being an artist, he's trying to craft, I think, use his music, his talent, riding on that, and I saw him going door to door. Yeah. But also the NUP candidate, that is a council Nalukola. Nalukola in my language means green Nalukola. The NUP's strategy was to have, I think, open campaigns, not undercover. I think, but also internally, the elections internally were very hot, and I think gave him that opportunity for going wide and spread. The NRM candidate, my sister, that is Farida. Of course, having been a former candidate for women MP, she seems to have been critical in opening NGOs. She has NGOs on the ground, and I've been getting reports that the NGOs she put on the ground helped her to have the numbers of women and the children, the youth, the students. And her strategy, I think, was not to go up front at first, but to use the NGOs, the civil society organizations, but also the NRM structure. I think she just came out 2 weeks ago now to broaden the campaigns, while NUP just opened. Others, like the son of our one of our former head of state, Milton Obote, is an independent. He wanted to use the background of the father, and then networking. He's part of the many WhatsApp groups of the UPC, the elders. That's a strategy also. And I pray for him. I pray for everybody. Then you have the DP candidate. He was using the ground, the foundation of DP for many years. And he's focusing on Nkumbi Terimba, and I don't know how he's also going to actualize that, Nkumbi Terimba. And the green, he wants Kawempe to be green. So these are different strategies, and because of time I may not go into details of everyone, but just like the World Cup, everyone, prepares, you prepare. But the winner is always there. So we pray that those of you who believe and who have allegations of they have stolen elections, there is here, I think, and I just say, please gather evidences of where you think elections are being manipulated, are being stolen. Have fundamental, practical, evidences, and document them. test them, and report this to Electoral Commission and report them to the police peacefully, without banning Kawempe. Kawempe is a slum. If you ban one house, you are literally going to ban the whole village or the whole constituency. So it comes to that. Then lastly is to authenticate evidences. There is where they say Orugambo, allegations. I think Honorable Minister, the Minister of Youth, State for Youth, I think it was early enough. It was early for him to come on media to say that Babia Karuru. To me, as a minister, you have to be exemplary. There is where you are supposed to first report these allegations, because there are those people who will say, that will be already they have stolen. They will not go for voting. So it has two double-edged. You may think by announcing or putting across an allegation that is not authentically tested and verified, you think you are doing the right thing for your party or for your candidate. Actually, you are doing it bad, because some voters, especially the elderly and the youth, will say already that to be. Why am I going there? So please, members, remain peaceful, continue motivating the voters to come to the polling station. It is not good that Electoral Commission came early and for us, the voters, come late. That mentality in Uganda should stop, and we are learning from Kawempe's experience. You wanted to vote. You wanted to have a name pit replaced late. He said we should not call him late. For him, he's still legislating in heaven. That is what Sejirinya said. So I must say, the voters, please go early. Go early so that you vote peacefully, you go home, and they count these votes early. I don't know why. We must announce these results even early. But because people come late, then the line piles and piles, it becomes long, and it attracts insecurity in the evening. Then ababi, you know, abagenda wali kunasa rodi indikatotegede oburuti. I think someone will call now, candidate, I have an alternative for you. We are the ones creating these kind of the wrong activities in the middle. Vote early, go home, count the votes, announce the votes. Those of you who want to go to court, please have the evidences peacefully gathered, authenticated, and present them to court. And the courts of law, please, corruption should not be tolerated in the elections of Uganda, because they block justice. They make us have bad people in the parliament, the half-baked MPs who make half-baked laws, and then who will eventually not help Uganda to move forward and compete with the rest of the world.
Now, you did talk about the youth there, and before 2021, you could tell the picture, the general picture on ground, that youth turned up, had a low voter turn up. And when it came to 2021, it was quite different. It was really quite different. What would you speak into the matter of the youth voting and taking elections seriously as to how it affects their future as Ugandans?
We have a population, my sister, in this country who are not aware of what Uganda is, what Uganda has, what Uganda doesn't have, and what we must do. What is each person's responsibility? We have lacked that civic education and civic consciousness of Ugandans. They seem to be in a darker corner, in a darker world. They are blind.
What do you think causes that?
There is a lack. In fact, it comes from the family, as the parents. You go to early morning, you come back, the child has been on the TV, but what they are watching also on the TV, it's not like this UBC, which has a lot of programs to educate people, but the social media also. We don't know, we are not good citizens generally, and we like complaining when everything is actually, you know, so we seem to be irresponsible citizens. And now the young people, we have the young people who like, of course we like things. We want to see democracy, rule of law, human rights. But you must fight for them. You must advocate for them. But here it is, the Electoral Commission has brought things early. For you, you are at home in your matatu, money you and Arsenal. You don't connect that going to vote a leader of your choice guarantees you to have the public services. You want the roads, the medicine schools, the enough teachers, the peace and security, because the leaders represent you and they go and lobby, they go and make the laws, but no one is educating them. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, which is constitutionally mandated to educate Ugandans about their civic responsibilities, they have not done their job well. And somebody need to wake them up, support them. Mr. President, we don't need a dull population, because a dull population which lack civic education, civic consciousness, cannot become ideologically aligned. And in this case, we have younger people. For example, like you, I call you younger people because I'm a Mukade. The level of engagement, like the way I'm engaging the country, is very hard for young people to engage the country. They now say, we have to vote an MOP. Again, can you imagine? That is what they are voting. They now vote also. Why? That kind of stupidity. Now, how does that translate into helping Kawempe North constituency to get out of the status of being a slum? Now, sometimes we say those people of slum that they are good. I was in the slum, I'm from the street, I will never go back to the street. That life of slum life. There is a lot of drug abuse. There is a lot of
does that mean that that the candidates or the members of parliament who the so-called ghetto youth vote into parliament are meant to change their narratives to better people from grass to grace as opposed to maintaining it? Is that what you're trying to say?
Vote a candidate who is better than you in thinking, in mind, in creativity, in understanding. Vote a teacher. That's what I'm talking about.
What if that teacher has to speak my language for me to understand?
The language,
to be teachable.
Everyone wants prosperity. Everyone wants peace. But he's a candidate who's talking, even the way he talks is in slow motion. Nga yachikubye, nga candidate omulaba yachikubye. Mwana inza sigana na koge bachipanye chokora. How can you vote such a stupid idiot? Vote a person who's smart in the head, who's coming to match other MPs in parliament, who's coming to think national, not tribal, not protecting interests of the Catholic Church or Islam or some sort of vote rightly. Uganda wants to move forward. We want to compete with America. We want to compete with China. We want to compete with Russia. But how can we do that if we are voting lazy people who have no values? Tibamanyi Katonda, babbi, bayayi, bebabadde babba enkoko z'okukyalo, bebalya mayirungi ne waragi, bebalya bebatwana bakazi baffe ne batubako bakazi baffe. That kind of mentality. So some of you who are listening to this TV, I call upon all Ugandans to get out of the mentality, get out of the box of ignorance. Let us walk like our ancestors who built Africa, who built the pyramids without even a parliament.
Mr. Kambura, allow me.
But now for us, we have parliament, we have the cabinet, we have judiciary. So these are the things that I would like all political parties, even the political parties, are very weak. Very, very weak. In Ugandan politics, they are divided. They are the most. They have no. The vision they have is all about them. Their political party, and not Uganda.
Allow me be the devil's advocate here. Yes, you've talked about the type of citizens from the ghetto. The labels you've painted there, and just what if they're stuck with that mentality because the candidates who supposedly help them take them from grass to grace only mind themselves when they get to the positions of power like parliament and forget the needs of what is on ground, what mentorship programs to be placed on ground. What if it's the case and these youths are just looking for someone who understands them, speaks their language, and should help them pick themselves up to grace like the rest of society that you would expect them to be?
That's why I'm calling upon Mr. President to actually use the 1 year he's left with up to 2026 and all government stakeholders to love their country and be volunteers. Now no longer work for your salary. The motivation of working for this country should not be any more of a salary. You know, ngenda mu parliament kukola sente. Ngenda mu parliament nange nekubeko enfufu. It's like commercialization of politics, of our offices, of me and my family. Then you loot the whole, the money meant to construct roads, deliver public services like awakening and sensitizing people against malaria or terrorism. For you take home, you buy a good car, build a good house, and but you are killing the country. So I'm calling upon.
Allow me to interject you a bit. Looking at what's on our screen, we have footage there of Nalukola arriving to cast his vote, and definitely he's voting for himself, but he's taking questions from the press, as we can see there. Hopefully we're able to take a listen as to what he's saying, but he has arrived to cast his vote. He is one of the candidates, the 10 candidates contesting for the Kawempe North by-election. And his full name is Elias Luyimba Zinalukola, and he is holding the flag for National Unity Platform. A bit of sound there to see what's going on ground.
This is what
Yeah, that minutes here.
All right. Good. Nalukola, Elias Nalukola Luyimbazi, the flag bearer for the National Unity Platform.
Election. And we are coming to you live from Chirokole polling ground, where there are 7 polling stations. In one of them, the NUP candidate, Luyimbazi Nalukola, is going to cast his vote here. And as you can see on your screen, he starts with the verification with the polling officials. And of course, he will continue to the basin to tick. And that's it. We thank you so much for following. We'll keep you posted throughout. And here comes.
Elias casts his vote. He's picking. Okay, he's now placed the ballot in the basin, and he's sticking his name, obviously, and showing off the fact that he has voted for himself, as it should be. And he's at Tula Kawempe, Tula Chirokole Road. It's where he has cast his vote at about 13 minutes after 10 a.m. the time he has cast his vote. He's a 42-year-old Ugandan lawyer, senior lawyer, and he started working at Ocheng Harimomja and Company Advocates until 2016, when he established his own firm, Nalukola Advocates and Solicitors, which advocates for constitutionalism, the rule of law, and human rights. Showing off he has placed his vote in the ballot, and yeah, his is done. All he has to wait for is what comes out of the result. It's the Kawempe North by-election taking place today. And very soon we shall also be seeing Hajat Farida Nambi casting her vote at Kawempe Mbogo. But for now, so far we've seen Nalukola cast his vote. All right, you are watching UBC TV, here to inspire Uganda, here to inspire you in every way, and every conversation that we come with is meant to ultimately inspire you to be a better citizen of your nation, Uganda, and add the value God has created for you to add on your nation, Uganda. Mr. Kambura Milton is a political analyst, and he is one we are having a conversation with today, and ultimately his message is one of peace. When we left off, he was talking about the quality of candidates we vote, the quality of people we hope to better our lives, yet ultimately they might also not know what to do when they eventually get to the glory of politics and the political spaces we send them to. What do you think of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, that's the power of democracy. That's power of democracy. You realize that Donald Trump, President of the United States, his first term ended, and it was just a break. Said, no, you cannot move and lead this country. But when time came, of course, when he lost power, Biden came in, but the Americans said, we got to bring back Donald Trump. That's the power of democracy. And what we are seeing on TV, we got to celebrate that, because that's what will prevent people from going to the bush. There must be that consciousness, that belief, that trust, that we can lose everything, but we will not lose our democracy, the power of the people. We should always resist to be tempted to remove such a kind of a right. It's good because it guarantees peace and security. Even a stronger economy, because people want to go to countries to put their money that guarantees such a kind of democracy. So that there is a rule of law, people can vote any leader of their choice. After 5 years, you again, people decide, so that country has more chances to prosper than a country where elections are not guaranteed. No, even if someone died today and after 1 week there is the general elections. Electoral Commission, I want to say thank you, because we are just going in a few months from now to have the general elections. But you have respected this article of replacing the MP whose life has gone to heaven, so that in 2026 again we vote, we have another. It's not wastage of resources. It is the power of the people. That's what the people have said. That's what they said must happen. So, what I'm saying
Mr. Kambura, yes, allow us first go back to Chirokole Tula Road, where Nalukola Elias Lulimbazi is speaking to the press. Let's hear what he has to say.
Nebanna Uganda, mwebale nnyo kubanga mutuwagira nga mugoberera ensonga nga bwe zitambula mu ggwanga. Nteesa era nga mbasaba bannakawempe North mujjumbire okulonda kuno. Wadde mulaba nga abakwata mundu bangi, abatiisatiisa bangi, emmotoka nnyingi ezitambula zitalina number plates, abatambula bangi ababisse n'amaaso gaabwe nga bataddeko obukookolo. Ebyo byonna tebibatengula mmeeme. Mugende mulonde, mugende mukozese eddembe lyammwe okusalawo ani anaabakiikirira. Amawulire mangi ge tufuna agoolesa nti waliwo okubba oba waliwo ebiteekerwateekebwa okukola. Mulimu okuba nti bakuŋŋaanyizza bato baffe abavubuka okuva mu ghetto bajje bakyankalanye okulonda awalonderwa mu polling stations ez'enjawulo. Olwenna emmotoka ezo ezitaliiko number plates zijje n'obululu obwawedde okutiikinga balyoke babuyiwemu. Tutegeezeddwa ebifo bingi eyo gye bali mu kuteekateeka nga batiikinga obululu. Batugambye ewa mukulu wange mukyala Sauda Nsereko nti waliyo bye bakola naye tetunnakakasa butuufu bwabyo. Madina Nsereko ekyebando nti waliyo abakwata mundu, abapoliisi n'abamaje bali eyo batiikinga, nti Pastor Luwaga naye ali eyo Nakamiro, naye tubirondoola. Amawulire gonna ge mutuwa bannange tugatwala nga ga nsonga era tugalondoola, n'ebifo ebyo tugendayo tubakyalireko. Tubabuuze bannange kituufu ebiboogerwako bituufu. Mukyala Nsereko w'ekitiibwa ebikwogerwako bituufu nti oli eno oli mu kugaba ssente nga bw'otiikinga obululu. Mukulu Pastor Luwaga bikwogerwako bituufu, kuba amawulire ago tugafuna naye tetugatwala nga ga kusaaga, era tuteesa musigale nga mutuwaaki amawulire ago. Naye tubasaba musigale nga muli banywevu, obukulembeze buva eri Katonda. Katonda kyaba ayagadde kibeere, yalagira bulagizi abantu ne bakikola. Na bwekiti ekirina okubeera kijja kubeera. Naye tusaba bannaffe be tuvuganya nabo bagumiikirize, anaasinga obuwagizi obungi, anaasinga obululu obungi, tukkirize y'oyo abaalangirirwa. Ffe tulowooza kye kisinga obulungi, si bwe guli y'enkola eya demokrasi. Today I have already voted. I have voted in my favor, and I encourage all voters in Kawempe North to turn up and vote. Don't be intimidated by the presence of the armed men, numberless motor vehicles. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the information you have offered to us. We have learned from several people that there are wrongdoings going on somewhere, and we are investigating the same. We have received the calls that are at the home of Honorable Nsereko, Madina, Chebando. They are pre-taking votes. They are distributing money. But we are taking it as an allegation that the same is also taking place in Nakamiro under the leadership of Pastor Luwaga. We are investigating the same. And if it is true that you are doing such, be prepared. We are coming. We are coming to talk with you in a civil manner and to advise you to stop such activities because they are wrong. They are contrary to democratic principles. But we are encouraging voters to turn up and vote. It is your right to participate in voting. We are also advising our political adversaries that we should let the will of the people reign. It is God who determines who to lead. And once God has made a decision, such a decision is implemented by the people themselves. Let that which has been determined by God be. Let the will of people reign. I thank you.
What are your expectations?
Thank you. Us have not yet recorded. Papa, let's be patient. What do we do now? Wait, stop that habit. Let's cooperate. Okay?
All right, that is Elias Rimbas in Nalukola, who's the flag bearer for National Unity Platform Party at the Kawempe North by-election. And he is at Tula Road, where he has cast his vote. And you've heard his message. You've heard what he has to align and say there. But also, let's take a look at what is happening at Kawempe. At Kawempe Mbogo, but that will be in just a few. But Nalukola is alleging cases of ballot stuffing, and he has named names there. And he says that they are not facts, but he has stated that NUP is probing into this matter, citing cases of numberless plates on ground, as well as masked men who are supposedly said to be security operatives. Now let's look at what is at Kawempe at Mbogo, and Jethro is on ground. Jethro.
Yes, Julie.
Yes, please. What's happening?
Thank you so much, Julie. Now, as we stand now, we've received some communication that is coming in that any time from now, the candidate of the National Resistance Movement, that is Farida Nambi, will be coming in about 2 minutes. And as I talk now, we've also received a number of people who are coming. Probably they will be following their candidate as she will be casting her vote. We still have a few dignitaries that are here also to monitor the situation and on how things are really standing by and how things are moving at this current situation. Earlier on, you asked me about the question of the youth. I can surely tell you, if my camera person can really show you around, that we now have a number of youths who have really gathered around, probably to witness what exactly will be happening at this particular time. I'm also seeing a few military police gentlemen, officers, as well as those in the police uniform who are here to also safeguard this entire process to ensure that everything is moving on as smoothly. But for now, everything is moving on smoothly, but also at a later stage, I'm going to be talking to Rosemary Nansubuga Seninde, who is the chief mobilizer for the National Resistance Movement. We also need to understand what have they done as NRM and as government to ensure that we have a free and fair election. As for now, Honorable, you're most welcome. You're live on UBC TV.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the security organs who have actually come to help us beef up the security and ensure we don't have any confusion. When we have tried to move around in the constituency, and we are seeing calm, people are voting and there is no confusion. So meaning the security is good. So we want to thank. And of course I also want to appreciate the people who are coming to vote, because we have seen challenges in many by-elections where people don't normally turn up in big numbers. But in some polling stations that at least I have visited this morning, I have realized that people are coming up in reasonable numbers to vote. And we are confident that probably by the end of the day, many more people will have voted. And by the end of the day, I believe a big number will have voted. First of all, I want to thank the people of Kawempe who have welcomed us well during the time of the campaign. We have voted, we have campaigned, we have done our part, And I want to say that I think people are realizing that lies can never help, because propaganda and lies have been, what happened in 2021 was a result of lies and propaganda. But I think Ugandans are now realizing that that is not the way to go.
Honorable, as we talk now, I can see the NRM candidate who has really arrived. Have you, as we move, have you done enough mobilization to ensure that you take the votes from this
Yes, we
place?
have done enough mobilization, and we are confident that we are going to win this election by God's grace. This campaign has been based on the issues that affect the communities. That is where we have put our emphasis.
Honorable, if I let you go, we've had allegations that probably you have predicted ballots that were brought in this place.
That is not true. It is not true. I think our colleagues in the opposition are just worried.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable. That is Honorable Rosemary Nansubogaseninde, who has been giving us an insight on how things are really transpiring. But as I talk now, the NRM candidate Farida Nambi has arrived probably to see how best she can cast her vote from this very particular place. And what we have to do as for now is to see how best we can have a smooth election. You can see Honorable elect for the NRM candidate, that is Farida Nambi, hugging Honorable Nansubogaseninde. The Honorable has been escorted by a few dignitaries around, of course, to ensure that we have a free and fair election. So as for now, she is moving to her polling station, of course, to cast her vote. And these are the live proceedings that you're seeing at the moment to see how best we can see how things will be transpiring as for now. For those who are watching UBC right now, and also our sister station, that is Star TV, that is the NRM candidate Farida Nambi. She has donned a yellow gomasi. She is very smart, she is composed, and all the Kawempe people are just waiting to see how best this can really move on. But by the way, looking at the given situation on how things have really been like, we saw a number of people who were really coming in, and we could easily anticipate that someone is really coming in, and this is the candidate we have been waiting for at this very particular polling station. So we wait to see how things are going to be transpiring, but of course we do expect a very free and fair election at this particular time. Like I told you earlier, we expected her to arrive at about 9 a.m. but as for now it's about 10:30 a.m. and I think she is ready to cast her vote. Earlier in the morning, of course, we wait to see how things are going to be happening. Earlier on, we had a low turn-up of voters at this particular time, but as for now, people have actually kindly improved when it comes to issues turn up. You can see the security personnel who are trying to ensure that we do have a smooth run, and you can see the NRM candidate being guided on how things are going to be transpiring. She has to first, of course, ensure that she is eligible, because her credentials have to be put in the system, of course, following the alphabetical order depending on the names that she used and those that are really appearing on the national register. Remember, by today we shall be also understanding what exactly will come out of these elections. But of course, remember, we shall as well move to Makerere University, where they have designated the National Tally Center for the day. So beginning by the closure of business today at about 6 p.m, we shall be seeing the polling agents who will be also ensuring that everything moves on smoothly. I also see the chairperson of the NRM Women League, Lydia Wanyoto, who is accompanying the NRM candidate, but of course being guarded by a police officer who is giving them directions on how things are really transpiring as for now. But of course, we wait to see. We expect things to move on smoothly, but of course we can't anticipate what will really happen later at a later stage. You can see the chief mobilizer for the NRM, Rosemary Seninde, holding the candidate, of course, in composure, probably making her firm to see how best things can really be done at this polling station. Remember, we are coming to you live from Kawempe North, of course, from Mbogo Primary School Stadium. Yes, those who are following the proceedings are live on UBC TV. You can see the NRM candidate, of course, standing in the queue, of course, waiting to see how best things can really happen. But of course, at a later time, we shall see how best we can really get the interviews at this very particular time. Yes. I want to see if I can really get the chance to talk to the Honorable to see how ready she is ready to cast a vote. We want to see Honorable. You're live on UBC TV, Honorable. Thank you so much for coming. We have been waiting for you. What should Ugandans expect out of the vote you're going to cast today?
Good morning, viewers of UBC. I'm here at Mbogo Primary School ground, lining up to cast my vote for myself as to cast my vote and be able to elect myself, the NRM candidate. I surely, inshallah, God willing, know that I'm going to win this election. We have really mobilized, mostly using that door-to-door strategy, where we have reached in many people's homes. We have had diverse mobilization teams. We've been working day and night. But most importantly, according to the report, the post-2021 election report, we were able to see where our major weaknesses were. The late Honorable Senjirinya won with 44,000 votes. And yet, members of NRM in our yellow book that make the whole of Kawempe division are over 50,000. What did that show us? We needed to do a lot of work within our members of NRM that are registered in our yellow books. That is exactly what we have done. We have lobbied them. We have many had issues of intimidation. You know what happened in 2021? They could not see you in yellow and not intimidate you. Many of our members just chose to be out of the vote, but we have made sure that we meet with security. Security meets with the NRM leadership here in Kawempe to give them confidence that they will really keep their lives and property safe. So we expect them to turn up in big numbers and be able to vote. Then secondly, we've reached out to many segments, like the ghettos. You know, Kawempe has over 30 ghettos. We've been moving with many ghetto commanders. We've been in the markets. We've been in the prostitutes. We've been in the alcoholics. We've been everywhere without saying. We've had about 19 segments we've been working with. So we've fully mobilized. Still, our mobilization teams are still on the ground, taking off the register to see that our members, especially of NRM, turn up to vote. Because once our NRM members come and vote, we'll start with a block vote of about 20,000 votes. That's
all right. All right. Thank you so much. That is the NRM candidate Farida Anambi, who is in the queue, of course, waiting to see how best things are going to really work out. She has told us some of the plans that they have really gone through to ensure that they mobilize very many Ugandans at this particular time. So you can see the honorable member. She is moving, of course, close to see how best she can verify her credentials as she casts her vote at this very particular time. Of course, at a later stage, I do understand that we shall be, of course, getting more time with her to tell us more on what she really expects out of this election process, and we shall also be wanting to understand if she is ready as well to move on with whatever will have really come out of this election, of course, as we wait from the Electoral Commission to announce who will be the MP for Kawempe North. Remember, we have about 9 candidates who are really contesting for this vote, but of course we wait to see. And of course we have different people coming in from the different political parties, ranging from FDC, NRM, NUP. We have those who really come on also on an independent ticket. So we'll wait to see how things are really going to work out. You can see the security is also on standby to ensure that all these moves on smoothly. And remember, this is one of the candidates, Farida station, the NRM candidate, but also we have also received information coming in from other polling stations indicating how Elias Nalkola for NUP has finished also to cast his vote, but also the leaders who are also contesting for this particular seat. But of course, we wait to see. We don't know how the day will end. But of course, we are standing by to ensure that we come to you live with all the proceedings on how things are really happening. You can see the people are really monitoring the entire process. I can see the chairperson for the NRM Youth League, that is Lydia Wanyoto, who is also ensuring to ensure that their candidate really goes through the right procedure and process to ensure that she casts her vote. You can see the polling agent who is guiding, of course, the NRM candidate to see if she is eligible. Of course, she has to put in her thumbprint to see if things are really moving on. We have to verify also if she is eligible to cast her vote from this very place. You can see journalists are also very many to ensure that things are really working, doing their job.
Kawempe Mbogo, that is the footage that you are receiving right now, and Hajat Farida Nambi is casting her vote. She is the contestant and a flag bearer for the NRM party in the Kawempe North by-election. I think I'm impressed by her dress code. She has totally decided to dress like what she looks like on the ballots, just in case you lose it. You're able to see that strategy right there. She is dressed in yellow gomesi and white head wrap there, just as she looks like in the ballot. That is Kawempe Mbogo, and as we can see there, she has picked her ballot, and she's walking to the basin where she is going to tick her name, and we can see all cameras are on her. She is there ticking her name as the NRM candidate of the Kawempe North by-election. She has finished ticking. She's showing it to the press for proof that she has done it right. And afterwards, she's going to cast it in the ballot box. You are watching UBC TV, here to inspire you. Good morning, Uganda. And we are focusing our lenses today on the Kawempe North by-election, which is taking place today after the sad death of the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, who was the Member of Parliament there. But as by the Constitution, a by-election has to be carried on so that a Member of Parliament who takes the vehicle on until the next election, general election, takes place. And that is what is happening today on that side of Uganda. Hajat Farida Nambi has finished. She is placing her ballot into the ballot box, and she has finished. Off she goes. Advising you who is of Kawempe North to please go cast your vote. It is your right, especially if you are registered. Please go cast that vote and let your voice be heard, because it's your right as a Ugandan, and you cannot afford to complain that you're not receiving services if you do not exercise your rights as well. Let's come back to Mr. Kambura. Mr. Kambura is a political analyst. His message ultimately is one of peace, and he analyzes politics, but ultimately drives it to the message of peace. How can we have politics in Uganda that develops us as a nation, but one that is filled with peace? We do not want to go back to what our parents tell us about the past years, especially for those of us who have been brought up in the era of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. At least when our parents speak to us, they tell us that it was not good. And that is what exactly Mr. Kambura also elaborates. Mr. Kambura, you've seen what has taken place.
Very beautiful picture.
You've seen what has taken place at Tula Road and Kawempe Mbogo. What's your view?
Yeah, this is beautiful. We are enjoying, say, century or decade in that matter of colors. Beautiful colors. She has dressed well. Yellow and particularly Gomesi culture. She has combined the two. Culture and carrying the weight of the party. And she has come. I don't know if that's the husband, but it will be a good picture.
Yes, there's a gentleman who has escorted her.
She didn't talk about that, but I think it was good to know that Azene Bawe, over Muganda way, that's beautiful. And I thank Honorable Wanyoto, who has also carried the office of the NRM to come give her confidence. And I think Louis also did the same.
Did the same for Nalukola.
For Honorable Nalukola, is not yet honorable. That is so you realize Secretary Generals and the officers are backing them.
I love how the different parties are supporting and morale boosting
it's beautiful.
Their candidates.
Exactly.
Personally, because I'm a woman, I'm impressed by the women from the NRM party. How Honorable Seninde, how Honorable Wanyoto were holding hands and holding Hajat Farida's hand. It was quite powerful for women, but also looking at the picture as it was at Tula Road when Nalukola came to cast his vote, seeing Louis Rubongoya on the ground, just around him, it was very encouraging.
But there are two differences here.
Yes.
You realize Wali has never kanyama. Wali over kanyama. These many bouncers. I don't think we need bouncers today because the environment is peaceful. We need our leaders. If I'm from NRM or NUPO, FDC, PPP, I don't need bouncers. At this particular time, you need your wife and children, you need your uncles. It's a family affair.
Well,
it's
perhaps,
a constituency affair.
Perhaps his experience from JAT as was the past few days when he
we just those I think they are not even from JAT. The way we saw them, and I thank the National Security Council that actually instructed and guided the country. We don't need those Kokoro people. Me, I call them terrorists. Nobody knows them.
And allow me
even
to
the
there.
General of Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mohozi, General Mo, the son of Uganda, I also don't know these guys. So if we don't know them, we don't need them today.
Mr. Kambura,
yes,
allow
please.
me stay on that point. You did express it as we started, but let's just throw more light into it. How should security and election monitoring efforts be handled moving forward to 2026, especially for purposes of transparency in the upcoming general election?
You know, it's good, it's constitutional that the Electoral Commission, when necessary, should be able to invite the Uganda Police Force to come and beef up security, to come and strengthen the stability and the certainty of the electoral process. But on top of that, they are also given permission by the Constitution, because everything that in the Constitution is okay. Even the UPDF to beef up police and JAT, the entire security agencies. But the Constitution does not explicitly instruct that, you know what, bring security that has covered faces. That is not there. Security means the children of Uganda who have gone to serve in the security agencies, whose names are well known and can be read, whose identities can be identified, and whose operations are in line with the terms of reference as per the electoral process. Here is an incident last week where some people who came and started beating the people of Kawempe North. So the role of security agencies, as per the Constitution of Uganda, in the electoral commission. Yes, please.
Allow me cut you short there as we go back to the field. Jethro is in the field and he's in Kawempe Mbogo right there. Jethro.
Yes, Julie, thank you so much. And for those who are still watching UBC TV, we want to appreciate those who are still following the proceedings on how things are really happening here in Kawempe, standing by here at Mbogo Primary School Stadium, where the NRM candidate Farida Nambi is just from casting her vote, and of course now having an interview with the journalists. Like I told you earlier, she came along with the chairperson of the NRM Youth Council, Women's League, that is Lydia Wanyoto. That it means I'm speaking about NRM, but I also do have Honorable Godfrey Chiwanda Subi, who is going to be giving us an insight on how things have been moving. What have they done as the NRM to see that they protect this vote, but also to ensure that they win at this particular time. Remember, Kawempe is well known for the opposition, but they want to see how best they can retain this seat. I do have Honorable Godfrey Chiwanda Subi, who has spared some time to speak to us at this particular time. Honorable, thank you so much for sparing time. You're live on UBC TV. Your NRM candidate, that is Farida Nambi, is done with casting her vote. What next for NRM? Because this region is well known for opposition, but you want to see how best you can win this time round.
Yeah, my name is Chiwanda Godfrey Subi, the Vice Chairman, National Resistance Movement in charge Central Region, but I'm more here as the Chairman of the National Consultative Forum, a forum that brings all political parties together. So I'm here today more as an observer, but that does not stop the fact that I'm also the Vice Chairman of the National Resistance Movement in the region. First of all, I want to emphasize only two things. One is that as political parties, we signed a peace pledge. We promised Ugandans that we are going to have an election which is peaceful, not only for this by-election for Kawempe North, but also even the forthcoming general elections that are due in 2026. It's very important that we have a peaceful election, because at the end of the day, we need a peaceful country. Our country must be peaceful. Over 10 candidates have participated. Not all of us are going to win. We just need one candidate who is going to win. It's very important people know that it's about peace. Number two, we want the political parties also to adhere to the Code of Conduct of Political Parties. Under Political Parties and Organizations Act, we have a Code of Conduct with all political parties, how we behave, how we should talk, how we should not, to avoid violence in our country. So I call upon all political parties and all of you who are coming to vote, please keep peace. Keep peace. This is our country. We have nowhere to go. If we spoil it, we have nowhere to run to. This is the only country we have. We must keep it peaceful. You may win, you may not win, but at the end of the day, we must move on. So I want to call upon peace. People should be peaceful into this. Finally, to all of you, especially the young people, even if you're candidate, I know at times the young people, we become so furious when probably we are not, when we see we are losing, all that kind of thing. But this is not the end of the world. This, of course, this election is just going to take 9 months. Remember, by next year we shall be in another general election. Even the candidate that is going to win today will definitely participate in the general elections if he wishes to participate or if she wishes to participate. So I want to call upon Ugandans, let's keep peace, let's respect each other. This is our country. No, we don't have any other country. This is the only country we have. We must keep it peaceful.
Honorable, talking about peace, what are some of the criteria that you have put within your capacity to ensure that all political parties and all the other political leaders also follow the criteria that are put in place and the mandates as well? What needs to be done? Because if Ugandans are playing their role, then what about the political party leaders?
Yeah, first of all, what political party leaders are saying, as we have 26 registered political parties in the country, 26 registered political parties in the country. Some of them have no yet candidates. They have no members of parliament in the house, but they are registered parties. But of course, it's very important, you as a candidate, you as a chairman of a political party, the way you speak. If you speak peace, definitely it will come back to us. If we act peace, the security organs, the government, because government should always take charge. There's nothing that can happen and say we don't know who did this, because when people elect a government, they entrust you to keep them and their property. But of course, it's very important, you as Ugandans, that if the way we behave, of course, we have a code of conduct whereby if a political party has not behaved in the way it should behave, some of these political parties are going to be registered. So I'm here, this is a whole team, as observers, as the NC National Consultative Forum. All the political parties are here represented. We are moving village to village, polling station per polling station. But the most important thing that we call upon all the party leaders, adhere to the code of conduct. If you don't adhere to the code of conduct, one, apart from being deregistered as a political party, but also there is also another step that we can have a very chaotic country, which does not only affect your party, but affect all of us.
Honorable, before I let you go, as an observer, what have you so far observed since morning? People have been here. I don't know, in the different polling stations probably you have reached out to.
No, one is that I've observed about 2-3 things since we began these campaigns. Apart from a few clashes that happened between the security forces and some political players, the campaigns here have been somehow peaceful. The National Resistance Movement have had here about 12 rallies, but there was no clashing between National Resistance Movement and any other political player, though that was a very good sign. People have been putting on t-shirts in their own colors, yellow, blue, red, but we've not seen a serious clash between the supporters of different candidates. That's a very good sign. So, and I want people to, to continue behaving that way. Only that at a polling station like this one, we see a lot of people piling up. That's not a very good sign, because I think security should always disperse these people. After voting, please leave the polling station, leave only the agents here, because we don't need to create a situation where some people can create some chaotic situation and the whole situation becomes chaotic. So it's very important that we don't allow people to pile here, because when you see here, the whole mosque is now full, and it is too early. It's just coming to 11. I don't know what would happen up until when the time would come out, maybe by 5, what is going to happen here. There are very many non-voters that have actually flocked into Kawempe. It's their right, of course, to move, but it's very important that as you are here, make sure that your participation here, you observe and be peaceful.
Honorable, what does it mean for the NRM, looking at the situation on, for lack of better word, on how badly you need this win from this constituency?
No, we need, of course, we need every win. We need every, as National Resistance Movement, of course, we need this vote badly, but in a peaceful way. That's why you've campaigned. That's why you say even our chairman was here. Our voices have gone off because we've been campaigning. We know that the only way you can get a vote, you need to convince Ugandans. Yeah, this vote means a lot to us. One, it is an indication that we can recapture Kampala. We lost the whole of Kampala. We lost the whole of Wakiso. We lost some constituencies in the central region. So a win in this constituency is a grave hope to our supporters outside Kawempe North that we can still make it. We can still make it in the central region. We can still make it in Kampala. So this vote is not just for Kawempe North, but it's a litmus paper to the whole region that we can really revamp. We can really, because we cannot now claim that it's sewer wave. No, the part of this is going to, it's an indication. Even the results that we are going to get, even of course, even the rally that you saw here, over 10,000 people attending a rally when the chairman was here, was an indication that we are now gaining more support now in the city, more support in the central region, more support in most of these areas, and that's very important as a political party.
Honorable, as I let you go, Ugandans, those that I've interacted with earlier on, seem not to be happy with the entire process. That is, if the NRM candidate doesn't go through at one point, people seem to be left out. That is, if the opposition takes the lead in this area.
That what?
People seem not to be happy, according to the to what people are saying, those that I have interviewed earlier, that if an opposition candidate wins, when it comes to service delivery, at times they're left out.
Yeah, of course, as the chairman of the party indicated here, representation, a member of parliament does 3-4 major roles. Apart from representing his or her people in parliament, there is also another very big aspect of allocation of resources. And in political parties, we know how we allocate resources. Apart from actually people sitting in the house, most of the things we do them in caucuses. A party like a National Resistance Movement, which has almost 70% of members of parliament in the House, a constituency having a member of parliament in that caucus is a very good, it's good for that particular constituency, because one, its views, they'll be able to reach the top of the organ called National Resistance Movement much easily than an opposition member of parliament. Secondly, when you elect, of course, a member of parliament from the ruling party, it's the ruling party that's actually managing the budget. It's very important for the voters to know that. Of course, when we were in general elections, everyone would expect now that probably so-and-so is going to win, maybe President so-and-so, there's another candidate. But in this particular by-election, you know there is a president. We are not going to elect any another president. You know there is only one president called General Kaguta Museveni, who is still here up to 2026. So as a voter who is serious and knows that you need service delivery, you need to fix your roads, you need to fix your toilets, you need a member of parliament who connects well with the ruling party, which owns the budget.
Thank you so much, Honorable Godfrey Chiwanda Subi, who is the Vice Chairperson, of course, for the NRM in the Central region. Of course, we do have also observers. Aria Rona, I talked to one of the colleagues, of course, on the women's side, and she did give us her opinion on what she has observed so far. So we also want to understand at this particular moment what the observers are really seeing at this particular time. You're most welcome, your names and what is your role and where you're coming from as far as observation is concerned.
My name's Ambeka Walusimbi from Global Election Observation Missions. We are observers, non-partisan, non-political, non-government. Ours is to observe elections. We have that good experience. We have observed elections in Uganda and outside Uganda. Yes.
For the times you've been in Uganda, we've conducted a number of elections. What have you so far observed as far as this by-election is concerned since morning?
Since morning, so far it has been peaceful. People have turned up in numbers from the different polling stations we have visited. We've been to Birali, Kanyanya, Kazangola. People have turned up really. So we are waiting for the results.
Ugandans don't seem to be happy at times with the reports or your findings that you do after elections. How are you willing to help them when it comes to these by-elections as we move closer, of course, to the general elections come 2026?
Yeah, as observers, and as I've told you when I was starting, if you are an observer and you are non-political, or rather you are not biased, then you make that report unbiased. Definitely, all the stakeholders have to accept your report.
Where do you take the reports after the findings made within a particular time after elections?
Yeah, normally we have the Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission is our referee as observers. So we have other stakeholders in elections, like the candidates, the party, the parties. So our first referees, as I told you, is the Electoral Commission. Normally, after writing our reports, we take it to the Electoral Commission. We give copies to the candidates, because I'm saying candidates because they are those who come in as independent candidates, then party candidates. So those are the main stakeholders in the elections and who deserve to get the reports.
Before I let you go, gentlemen, let's talk about part of the advice that you give to the Electoral Commission. Whatever you report, are there changes that are being done given the fact that not all Ugandans are represented within your engagements?
As an organization, and as I've told you, I've observed the elections, by-elections in Dokolo, in Hoima, in Kisoro. We've been making recommendations, but what we have seen so far, the Electoral Commission has been picking some of the recommendations, and we can see there are some changes as per our organization.
Are you contented?
Yes, we are.
Your last word to Ugandans who are watching you live on UBC right now.
Ugandans who are watching UBC, elections or any elections, we have to be at peace. We want peace. And as ambassadors of peace, that is our slogan or our motto, Global Election Observation Missions. We want peace. And just very soon, in September 21st this year, we are having Africa Peace Run, where all people in Africa from different countries are going to run on the same day, 21st, at the same time. And just very soon, this one is going to be launched. So as ambassadors of peace, we call upon all Ugandans, all Africans, to embrace unity and reject violence.
All right, thank you so much. Well, you've heard it from the observers as well. They have given you their opinion on what they think and what they have so far observed as far as this by-election is concerned. But also they have told you that they have observed very many elections and by-elections. They have cited out examples, of course, coming in from Dokolo, and that transpired in Hoima. So for now, we are still coming to you live from Kawempe here at Mbogo Primary School Stadium, and we shall still be coming to you up to speed as far as how proceedings are happening. Julie, I'm coming to you back to the studios unless you have any question for me.
Indeed, I do, Jethro. So you've been on ground since the beginning, since the start. In your perspective, what time do you think the election will end?
Well, according to the information that I have received at this particular time, I do understand that at about 6:30 p.m. that will be the closing time. But of course, those who will be in the queue at that particular time, they will go ahead to cast their votes in that given area at that given point of time. And then from here, we shall be, of course, moving to Makerere University, the designated National Tally Center for now, to see what the Electoral Commission will be telling us on what will be coming out as far as who the winner will be given the political party.
Thank you very much, Jethro. And Jethro is on ground. He is live at Kawempe Mbogo, giving us an update and bringing us up to speed as everything unravels and everything breaks out as it is. This is a special coverage of the Kawempe North by-election, and we are bringing it all to you as it comes to us. We started off in the morning as early as 6:30, but by 3 a.m. the electoral store had already released most of the election equipment to go to Kawempe North and to the different polling stations, and the officials were escorted by armed police. But even on ground at the different polling stations, there are police constables there, and we were reliably informed by Mr. Makabai Henry, who is the Kampala returning officer, who also said that where 10 voters were, the voting process had to begin. And Mr. Tolbert Musinguzi, the regional returning officer, also advised that find out if the box is sealed. So as a voter, I hope you've been able to witness that. But EC officials were on time for the election at the different polling stations, and unfortunately voters turned up late, but nevertheless they are turning up and the numbers are increasing. And Nalukola, who is holding the NUP flag for this particular election, arrived at about 9:30 to cast his vote, and Hajat Farida Nambi arrived at about 10:28 to cast her vote. And as everything unravels, 10 candidates in contention. The winner obviously takes it all, but ours is to bring you all of it and all who the winner is, but all of it as it comes through to UBC TV. Robert Chirabo will be coming up, and still we do continue with Mr. Milton Kabura to give us an analysis of what he's viewing everything as, and we are still giving you all the coverage as it comes through. So stay tuned. We are going nowhere until the story comes to its end.
nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters. There exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archive stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, every story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
We're going to be talking about farming, but it's not me that's going to do that.
My name is Hava K. Luanga.
My name is Larry Charles K.
Let's go!
Mixed farm is a type of farming that involves growing crops and raising livestock. This is the spice garden and for the vegetables.
My first favorite spice has to be black pepper.
What's black pepper in Uganda?
Kamulali or mudagavu.
What? We're going to talk about the sechunga. We're going to see how big it is, as big as Larry's head. And then we're going to talk about the mangada. So we're going to get there. We have still so many farms to visit, and I would like to hear from you. This is the Little Farmer Show, and we are bringing coolness back to farming. See you!
The government is commanded is to maintain law and order, safeguard citizens' rights, and provide essential public services.
Remember, one of the pillars of a roadmap is innovation and entrepreneurship.
There has been this question of how are you protecting our indigenous seed?
It's going to be a tall project that answers somebody's question.
For the past 20 weeks, the front bench has brought you insightful discussions on governance, security, healthcare, justice, and commerce.
Why do you go through this complicated procedure, involve the lawyers? You bring the case against him, the judge will hear you out and pass judgment, and you're out of court in record time.
We remain committed to keeping you informed and engaged on key national matters.
So these are huge, these are powerful organizations which now Uganda chairs. Why don't you come together?
If we haven't migrated to the e-card, because of various reasons, including that not all the people of Uganda have smartphones.
You can sit in your house, apply for a passport. If you have a Ugandan who has a successful logistics firm in the US, it means he can come to Uganda and do a lot more.
Now airing every Monday at 8:30 p.m. with me, Jethro Kasaiji, your interface with the government only on your public broadcaster, UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Thank you so much for keeping it with us on UBC TV. We are still giving you a 360 coverage of the Kawempe North by-elections. It's been a 60 days wait as the Constitution and electoral laws stipulate in this country when a member of parliament dies, that yes, we must ensure that we have a replacement or that seat in the August House is occupied. Now today, the people of Kawempe North, those registered voters, because being in Kawempe North does not make you a voter if you're not a registered voter. You can only participate in this election if you are a registered voter, and also importantly, if you know which polling station you're voting at, because you've also seen a number of people who are getting there, and that is when you notice that you're at the wrong polling station, at the wrong venue, and your polling station is maybe a distant. But also very important to note is that we have stipulated time for voting. So if you're not as early as 7, then make sure that the official time, which is 4 p.m., you're on that list, because according to our laws, the electoral constable or the person manning that polling station, usually it is a polling constable, a policeman not armed, will move when time reaches and stand at the end of the line. Now, the last person on that line, once he or she has finished to cast their vote, then vote counting is closed. And what happens? Then the voting is closed, and what follows is counting of votes. But I'm not alone. I'm still with Milton Kambura, the Global Peace Ambassador, but also a political analyst with whom we are looking at affairs as they're happening. Now, Milton, Kawempe North has created a lot of excitement. It has given us some good time, us in the media, the political parties as well. It has been trending, you know, and I'm very sure even maybe with the late, if the dead are not dead, where he is, if he's watching what is happening, he's saying, yes, indeed, there's been so much effort to replace me. But briefly, I want us to look at multi-party dispensation.
Yes, please. Because
this is an election happening under multi-party dispensation. We do have independents who are NRM independent, an independent who is NRM, we have an independent who is NUP, and so on. Yes, we can say legally they are not, they are just independents. But practically we know they are. Yes. What does Kawempe by-election mean to growth of multi-party in this country?
One, historically, I want to give history that late Honorable Sejirinya won by 45 plus 1,000 votes. And you hear the NRM candidate saying that in the previous election, they got only 7,000 out of the 50,000 registered members of the party. It simply gives you research output that in Kawempe, NRM people, DP, FDC, even all those political parties, they were able to vote Sejirinya. That the numbers are clear, they communicate. This year, that's why she now focused on healing and using the base of NRM to go and use the numbers of the members. Now, when you say multi-party dispensation, it's a constitutional right. The opening of multi-party democracy in the country as enshrined in the Constitution, 1995, as amended, I must say it is growing. We are growing this right of making sure people enjoy in any party of their choice. And that is what the 21st century leadership is all about. So I thank the President of Uganda once again and the government of Uganda for actually helping us to actually enjoy this right. Because there are many governments. This right, they don't have it. And I could give you an example. In Libya, during Muammar Gaddafi's time, there was no these kind of political parties, and they were not there. So in Uganda, and it gives credit to government. Now, coming to your question is that this right, does it translate into peace and prosperity of the country. That is for another day. But for now, we are enjoying our colors, and I thank the police and the army that has kept.
Maybe let me rephrase my question to
yes,
you.
Please. Yes,
maybe you'll
please.
get it better. I wanted to look at this by-election in terms of growth, understanding, building parties under political parties, where I gave you an example that you have, for example, NRM has Farida Nambi.
Nambi, yes.
That is the official NRM candidate.
Yes.
But remember, we have Hajat Kaladi, who participated, who was in part of the process for NRM to choose who is going to be their party flag bearer. And she didn't make it, but she went on and she's a candidate. Now, when we go actually to the National Unity Platform, you have the likes of Nsereko, one of the very interesting candidates in this race. You have Ruswa, you know, Seginya's aide. So you have people that actually we saw Luis Rubongoya coming out and saying, because you did participate in our internal democracy, you cannot stand against our candidate. If you stand against our candidate, then for National Unity Platform, it is very clear you've ceased being a member unless you go through a rigorous process of you coming back to the party. Now, NRM, for them, it is maybe that way. So, whoever takes the day, either from a political party or an independent, but it will be very funny if an independent aligned too. You know, some of these terms, even in English, you struggle to get them. Because you're either an independent or of a political party. Now, what we have here is things don't favor you here, then you go there. Which is not a crime as long as your party does allow that. So that is my question. What does this mean?
Actually, to us, it is the political party must make a decision. And I take a credit to the Secretary Generals and the chairpersons of those political parties. They had to make a decision based on who is the best to represent them. Not that you are a brother or a sister or of somebody. For them, they have their perimeters, which gives them the lenses to say, I think this person has been grounded, has been nurtured, knows the political ideology of our political party. And so I don't have any blame to such a kind of decision. Although, unfortunate, that the maturity of us following these political parties, we seem to be looking at selfish interests when we are supporting them. To the fact that when that time comes, when you are not the one being chosen, then you take it personal and fight the party and say, to hell with you, now I can even go to the voters and come as an independent. And at the same time, you start going to use the slogans of the political party. You say, leaning. What are leaning? There is either